Oh, what happened?
No. Boycott.
Are you yelling boycott?
Boycott.
Boycott! Boycott! It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, boycott, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 33 degrees right now. Going to get up into 40. And
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. How about this? Friday, it's a high of 40, and it's also supposed to snow.
Oh.
So we got
How
that
does
going for
So
us.
is that like the highs like overnight and then it
Probably.
like plummets?
I'll let you know Thursday.
Right.
Tomorrow when I look at that thing. Here's the thing. I don't even look at the forecast until after we do the gonna when you're not boycotting. You know.
Yeah.
The gonna. All right, we have to talk about a story that's gone viral over the last couple of days.
What happened?
Well, it's Girl Scout cookie season across America.
Ooh, sure.
Really,
big day.
yeah, really exciting. You know how I feel about my Girl Scout cookies. The lengths I will go when
You
I run
and
out.
Kimmy.
My wife, unfortunately, my daughter had a sleepover during February break. She allowed the girls to eat all my Girl Scout
yeah,
cookies.
those are gone
stash?
pretty quick.
So I went.
There's not that many in there.
Here's what really pissed me off. They just took the cookies out of the box.
Well, how else do you eat them?
Well, no, I'm saying they left the boxes behind. So I keep them.
What a tease.
I keep them in like a bucket. The boxes in this big old bucket in my dining room.
Wait, you have a
Cookie bucket?
bucket full of boxes?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's great. It's a huge bucket. So on Sunday, I'm like, all right, it's cookie time. I go over. All of the boxes empty.
So they're just sitting there.
Empty boxes. All 5 of the boxes of cookies, and I was out
Like locusts.
of my mind. So I started getting online to try and find where I could find more Girl Scout cookies. And that's when we come across, Kimmy, and I don't know if you've seen this story. It's gone viral.
I don't know.
About a week and a half ago,
Yeah.
a bunch of concerned parent groups, if you're not watching
Concerned?
concerned parent groups, I'm
Right.
doing the quotation fingers on the live stream there.
About cookies?
Girl Scout cookies specifically said that they tested these cookies, and they found that the cookies tested positive for heavy metals and herbicide. And that if you allow yourself or your children
Yeah.
to eat Girl Scout cookies,
Oh.
you are going to cause them all kinds of problems. So this like swept like wildfire throughout mommy influencer
Yeah.
blogs
Sure.
and
Rock
Facebook
moms.
pages. Exactly. Like watch out. Do not let your kid eat a Girl Scout cookie. They're going to grow a flipper out of the side of their head. So scientists then decided to look into the claim.
So now we have to test the cookie.
Well, yes. I mean, look, that is a pretty significant.
but it sounds made up.
Well,
Okay.
I was going to say, where did the testing happen?
It was, again, some of these parent groups took the cookies and they tested them independently and they found these things. So here's the
Okay.
thing. You say it sounds made up.
Well, yeah, when I hear heavy metals, like there's like plutonium in the goddamn cookie.
Is plutonium a heavy metal?
One of the heaviest.
What is that? Can we Google
They
is
opened up for
plutonium-
Tesla. With plutonium Nike.
By the way, everybody under 30 thinks you're talking about the car company. I want you to know that right now. So it turns out these
Yeah.
parents were not wrong. The cookies did test positive.
But is it like such a trace, like everything's got it?
You nailed it.
Yeah.
So these heavy metals are naturally occurring heavy metals in the ingredients that the cookies are
Right.
made from. And according to this study done by independent research scientists, the average child would have to eat 9,000 cookies in one day to even approach the harmful levels of these things that are found in the cookies.
So they wouldn't even reach these levels till June.
It says per day, idiot. They go further to talk about how even some fruits and vegetables have the same levels of these heavy metals. They just happen when you
Yeah.
have things in the ground.
Right.
So
it's no big deal.
it's nothing to worry about. It's
Yeah.
nothing to worry about according to these independent scientists. And look, I'm not your mom. You do whatever you want
Right.
to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. That being said, the concerned parent groups then shifted. Because once that study came out, they said, yeah, okay, fine. I think you're like, but do you know how bad these cookies
well,
are?
they got sugar in them.
I am looking now.
It's a cookie.
I'm looking now at a list of all of the, I guess, health facts, like what you'd see on the side of the box.
The nutritional.
Yeah,
chart,
thank you, yes,
Right.
for cookies. And if you are a Girl Scout cookie person, I'm sorry to do this to you, right? But the information is now there. Caramel Delight, Samoas, whatever you call them.
They're probably
Yeah.
the heaviest.
The coconut ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are a serving size of 2 cookies.
2 cookies.
Yeah, don't
Two
look.
cookies
It's
ain't
always
doing
it's
you
always
nothing.
2 cookies. Always.
That's a serving.
Yeah.
140 calories, 6 grams of fat, 5 grams of
What
saturated
I
fat.
call the Oreo standard.
But that doesn't sound bad. 160 calories?
5 grams of fat,
Yeah,
saturated
and
fat.
they're small
2.
cookies.
They're that big, man.
What's the sugar?
You never eat just 2.
Okay, look, why are you such a bitch?
What's
Because the sugar will kill you.
12 grams of sugar
That's bad.
in 2 cookies. Yeah, but they're delicious.
Mm.
All right, something's happening that I want to talk about.
Right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because we're talking about Girl Scout cookies, but it's not just Girl Scout cookies. It seems there is an awful lot of food shaming going on.
Always.
Food shaming in the unhealthiness of
Yes,
it all?
yes. They'll find like whatever the flavor of the week is that people get excited about. The Shamrock Shake,
Sure.
something that comes out of Dairy Queen, right? And then all of a sudden you'll see 15 articles about here's what's in it and it's bad for you and this is what happens if you eat 5 of them. And like everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everybody is well aware that all of these things are bad for you.
Yes, they are.
Right? But can you let people who want to enjoy them just enjoy them?
We can.
Like, there's not a single person that's going to drink a Shamrock Shake a week and be like, wait a minute.
But you should enjoy it if that's what you want to do. And as a former fat guy, when people would tell me, like my wives would tell me, don't eat that, you have to learn if you want to be a good fat guy, you have to eat above the noise.
Okay.
Just tune it out and keep on munching.
But that T-shirt would crush
Eat
the rock
above
shop.
the noise.
Keep on munching.
Yeah,
is what I was
keep
saying.
on munching.
No, but there's 2 different kinds of folks I want to. Well, I guess there's 3, right?
Right.
There's the folks that eat clean all the time, the bitchy Tommy Mules, as we like to say. There's the fat guys that we once were, where I don't care what you tell me, it's delicious, I'm going to eat it, right? But there's that middle group, the average person who they know it's not good for them.
Right.
But once these stories start showing up, they're going to stop doing it because they feel bad about themselves, right? And look, I get
They get scared straight.
Yes, exactly.
For a little while.
Well, but that's just it, right? Because you're going to go eat something else,
Yeah.
which is also delicious, which is also going to be just as bad for you. The world's a scary place right now.
It's very scary.
Very scary place.
Yeah.
And everybody's got stresses all the time
Sure.
from 1,000 different things. So why would you take away the little bit of joy that is the 15 minutes
A cookie?
that you get to drink a Shamrock Shake a week or the 7 Girl Scout cookies you're going to sit and eat watching, The Office reruns tonight? Why you got to hurt people? They know. It's not a shock.
I know.
You know what I mean? Nobody's eating Girl Scout cookies trying to cut weight for wrestling sectionals. For God's sakes, man. It's just such a dick move.
It is.
Shut up. You especially.
What do I do?
You're a human label.
No, he's not, because he just makes it up.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but I'm pretty close even on my makeups.
You claimed that one chicken wing was 800 calories.
Yeah, and that was up from 500 from a couple of other things I said.
You are this guy.
Yeah.
You are 100% this guy.
Well, all things in moderation.
No, that is what we're talking about.
Right.
You, anytime.
And even moderation shows up, and you still shame.
Well, it's hard to moderate one chicken wing when it's 800 calories.
It's not
That's
800.
a meal.
It's not.
It is in Cuba.
It's not 800.
That's a meal.
800 calories.
Yeah, then you got to go
chicken
cut
wing.
the sugar cane,
Okay.
which
No.
you should also lay off.
Like, I just, like, maybe the reason things are so frustrating right now and people are getting so angry, I get that.
Because everybody has access to everything, and then everybody can just spew their thoughts.
No, but I mean, yes, you're right. And there's lots of things that go into it. But I think some part of it is we're being shamed out of the things that we enjoy doing, like the tiniest, littlest joys of breathing and being a human being.
But
Right?
that's the way it's always been. Like, you could not sit down when my parents came from that generation of the Depression. You could not sit down with them and eat a meal without them explaining to you how lucky you were to have this food.
Okay.
And what we didn't have.
Okay.
Even though my old man lied because he was a rich kid during the Depression. My mother grew up poor. Like, so poor, when she started telling you about her life, you started laughing because you couldn't believe this actually happened. But his fat ass was eating pork chops and eggs. But, like, they all lied about it. So they just made you feel guilty for having comfort.
Well, but you were a spoiled kid, so I'm fine with what he was doing. But even there, it's the opposite of what we're talking about here.
Not
This-
really, because you can't enjoy yourself.
Well, but your
they're
father.
almost telling you to enjoy
Thank you.
it.
No, but they're saying you better enjoy it and you
Yeah.
better appreciate it. But instead of just let me eat.
I know I can understand why that would be annoying, but I would say that like
It still
you're
makes you
gonna
miserable.
but you're still going to eat the food and enjoy
But you're
it.
miserable.
That ruined it for you to that.
It ruined it to me because I did gain a lot of weight. But
I mean, you didn't
No,
stop
look.
eating the food.
Look, man.
it's still a shame.
I feel. I
You
do.
remember the kids in Africa?
Well, it was depending on who you are. If
It's always been Africa.
Well, no, I thought it was China for you guys during communist China McCarthy
no,
time.
No, my father didn't know no China.
My father don't know no
My
China.
father ate at a Chinese restaurant. They got a lot of food. They got egg rolls.
My favorite Rubes Arkansas song is "My Father Don't Know No China."
Papa don't know no China.
Oh God, no.
Man, he sure enjoys mama's vagina. But Africa was the big one.
Okay.
Because it was UNICEF.
Yeah. Collecting the pennies and everything. Don't eat the pennies, even though it's one of my choices.
Yes.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story that's like blown up on social media the last couple of weeks. A couple of concerned parent groups took Girl Scout cookies and they tested their ingredients, and they tested positive for heavy metals and herbicides. And they freaked out and said, do not let your kids eat these Girl Scout cookies. You're going to kill them. There's going to be a flipper coming out of their head. They're going to start walking only in circles. So independent scientists decided to get these cookies and do the same tests. And what they found is, yes, they have these heavy metals in them, but they're naturally occurring. And they say the average American child would have to eat 9,000 Girl Scout cookies in a day to approach the harmful level of pesticides.
That would have been you and your brother.
Well, I could probably, I'm not kidding.
I could see you two getting into a cookie eating contest in your bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm being sincere when
Just
I say
socks
this.
and underwear and just shoveling.
If we made it a contest, if there was a prize at the end of the day, if I got up at 6 in the morning, I think I could eat 9,000 Girl Scout cookies.
9,000.
Like, I mean, I wouldn't.
They're not that big.
Yeah.
No.
And if you pace yourself,
Yes.
I mean,
you'd be miserable by the end of the day.
I'm not saying I would enjoy it.
How
And
many
you may-
boxes would that be?
All right,
how many Girl Scout cookies are there usually in one box?
All right, so there's different for each one is different. Let's do it this way.
Okay.
If I get up at 6 in the morning
Right.
and I go to bed at 10 o'clock at night,
And let's say a box holds 40 cookies.
well, we don't need the box right now.
All right.
So let's say 16 hours in a day.
Okay.
So multiply. You got your calculator ready?
Here we go with
All
math.
right. No.
Her body doesn't want to do math so much she almost sneezed. All right.
Okay.
So multiply 16 hours times 60 minutes. Thank you.
So we're breaking it down how many cookies a
960.
minute.
How many cookies a minute I would need to eat?
Right.
All
You'd
right,
have to eat 960.
Wait a
no,
minute?
that's minute. That's per
You
minute.
said 16 times 60.
So that's 960.
Yep.
So we're at 960 minutes. I would need to eat 9,000 cookies. So how many cookies would I need to eat a minute for 16 hours straight to hit 9,000?
So do I divide?
We've hit an impasse.
Okay, so
That's
I
100
would say
cookies a minute.
9,000 divided by 960.
Yeah, I think that's just under 1,000 cookies. 100 cookies a minute.
A minute, which means you would have to
It's
eat more than
9.3.
one a second.
Wait, 9.3 cookies a minute? Okay, we have this up again. How are we so bad?
So it sounds like you would have to eat more than one cookie a second
No.
to hit how many? Yeah.
Oh my God.
So you'd have to eat 9. You'd essentially have to eat just over 9 cookies in a minute.
9 cookies a minute. So every 5 seconds?
You'd have to eat a cookie.
Yeah. 1, 2.
But you'd have to swallow it. And it's going to start backing up. That's the
Yeah.
problem because it's
Yeah.
like, it's going to like create like
Yeah.
paste in your mouth.
And that's even paste in your mouth. So your
Cookie
mom would be
paste.
really into it. So, yeah, even if you got up early, went to bed late,
Yeah.
and concentrated
That'd
on
be
doing this,
very
you would have to
difficult.
eat a cookie every. Okay, maybe I couldn't eat 9,000
All right,
cookies.
but I bet you could do some serious damage if you, maybe not that rate, but you could definitely eat a couple of cookies a minute.
I will say this. Last weekend,
Yeah.
my kids were on February break, and my wife always takes them overnight. They stay in a hotel for like a staycation. It's like their girl thing that they do. So I was alone, and the Girl Scout cookies came in. And remember, we were talking about the Toastiers, the one that tastes like French toast.
Okay.
I never had them before.
That's a Girl Scout cookie.
Yeah. My niece, who lives in Philadelphia, they had them.
Ooh.
So I'm like, I got to
Philly
try
gets
them.
everything, man.
They really do. But they're going out of business, those cookies. They're not coming back ever again. So I got them, and I tried one. Oh, my God.
That good.
Oh, what?
And they're not making them anymore?
This is the last time they're making them. It was like a cruel joke, but like, where have you been all my life? I must have eaten, just walking by the box and grabbing 20 cookies
Yeah.
throughout the day. Like, I ate the whole box in the day, and I reached in at like 9 o'clock to get one more, and they were gone. And I don't know what made me more sad. The fact that I unintentionally, unknowingly, individually ate an entire box of these cookies,
Yeah.
or the fact that there were no more cookies to eat.
That empty box feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you would have enjoyed those last
hand
few
rattle.
cookies a little bit more if you knew it was your last one,
And the fact that
Just maybe slowed down a little.
I unknowingly ate a whole box
Yeah.
of cookies by myself.
And you know they're going to bring them back.
I hope so, man.
I
They were
do
amazing.
feel like, do they release them more often than they used to?
No, I think because now we have access to internet.
Okay.
It goes regionally. So, like, right now, it's local Girl Scout cookie time, but you have the ability to now buy them from Girl Scout troops across the
What
country.
a racket, man.
What? Yeah, it's a fundraiser
Like
for
they
girls.
must have so much goddamn money.
It's a lesson in fundraiser for the Girl Scouts. Why is it a bad
It's a
thing?
lesson in glutton and greed.
Oh my God.
Like, they must have a palace of a headquarters. Where is it, in Vegas?
Yeah, it's in
Probably
Vegas.
under the Wynn Hotel. Like the mob.
Also, if you have any kids that are still selling Girl Scout cookies, I need more.
All right.
I need my fix. My
But
Twitter.
are they coming back soon, or are they
So
done?
no, they're in the middle. I think we're towards the end
Transition?
of local Girl Scout cookies.
And then we're transitioning into international cookie time?
I don't know. But my Twitter at Duffy at WCMF, my Instagram at Duffy on WCMF. I'm serious. I need a plug, and if you got it, I will buy them from your kid. I need them badly.
You're going to get inundated.
Good. That's what I'm looking for. Give me all the cookies, because I'll just buy them and hold on to them throughout the rest of the year until we get to next cookie season.
So let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Is Girl Scouts like international? Like they have Girl Scouts like all over the world?
Oh, good question.
Like China?
Well, it says their headquarters are New York City. I don't know if they.
But they have like a European version where they also have Girl Scout
Well,
cookies?
like, okay, so version would be different because, like, the Boy Scouts of America are American, but there's, like, different versions of what the Boy Scouts
But I
would
wonder,
be.
like, did they sell the cookies over there?
It's a good question. Well, I mean,
Because maybe you can score some on the international market.
Ooh.
Girl Scouts is international through its membership in the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts.
Okay, so it's not the Girl Scouts.
But it's still kind of the same style.
I've never
It's
seen
in a lot of countries, it says.
I've never seen an international Girl Scout cookie, although we did learn last year that Girl Scout cookies can be different regionally because they use different bakeries in different parts of the country. So maybe there are, like, Chinese, Indian, English.
So maybe you could score some there.
Oh.
I mean, there might be some with this Ukrainian deal I'm hearing about.
What would you create?
Rare earth and Girl Scout cookies, for some protection.
We got a dynamite. Eat all your Girl Scout cookies. Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It is Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate.
Yep. Hate mail of the week coming at you.
Too much hate.
Well, no, this man is on your side. He's defending
Oh.
you and hating on, I think, Kimmy and I. Because 2 weeks ago we told you a story that put to rest a rumor that has existed in this town for like 40, 50 years. A rumor that Tommy and guys like Tommy would love to shout out loud.
New guys that had it.
As soon as this subject came up, but never had any data to back it up. And this data, Kimmy, that we had finally killed it. Or so we thought. Because this man is here to argue, even if it is gone away, it existed at one time.
Yeah.
And if it went away, it's because kids today ain't laying it down like we used to. Ain't laying it down like we used to. Busy cookie. We'll get to that. Hey, Mail of the Week, just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
This is the last ever Buffalo Bills season at the old Highmark Stadium, Rich Stadium, Ralph
that's
Wilson
right,
Stadium,
yeah.
whatever you want to call it, right? So, yeah, the first opening day kickoff will be the last one in this building that has housed our team since the early 1970s.
How exciting.
It is exciting. Yesterday, however, season ticket holders got a not-so-exciting piece of information.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man.
How many zeros?
It's a pretty significant jump. And
This is going across the street now?
No, this is this year.
Oh.
Well, because here's the thing, man, and this is something we didn't really think about. This year is going to be a pilgrimage home for a lot of people.
Oh, coming back one last time?
I mean, it's the last look.
Makes sense.
And it's possible, Kimmy, with all the ticket prices, how high they've been the last couple of years, it ain't nothing compared to what we're going to see this year.
No,
Especially,
I don't know what it's going to look like on the secondary.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. every end is a new beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And the new beginning that will be happening in Orchard Park for Bills fans in 2 years will have a, I guess, somber end starting this season.
Yeah.
And if you are someone that wants to go and pay homage one last time to the castle that the Bills played in, it's going to cost you more than it has the last couple of years. And here's the thing. It ain't even the price increase that we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Who is coming is also going to jack up what it's going to cost to go to this stadium.
So there's going to be like a rush.
I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, Rochester, New York is on the big stage, buddy.
What are we getting?
Well, look, we are a community of play, thanks to the Strong Museum of Play.
Yeah.
Big in the toy world. And because of that, yesterday, Hasbro released something very special for our community.
Really?
A game that only the most insane psychos enjoy playing. Because this game either ends after days of boredom or the table being flipped over. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, your Buffalo Bills announced season ticket prices for the final season in Highmark Stadium are increasing.
Okay.
A year from opening day, the team is scheduled to kick off their first game in the new stadium across the street. And all season long, these final home games will be a pilgrimage to a place that opened in the early 70s and has housed the Bills for the majority of their existence.
It'd be like religion.
So if you want access to that, at least for the whole season, ticket prices are going up, according to the team, an average of 12% per seat this year.
Damn, man. That's like a carton of eggs.
So outside of the club section, your tickets will run you anywhere for the season, $684 a seat to $2,303 a seat.
And that's like the face value of the ticket.
Yes, that's for 9 regular season games and a preseason game. So you get 10 games for that. And here's the thing.
So as a season ticket holder like you are, they're going to whack you 12% on
12% more than I paid last year on average. I haven't seen what my tickets are actually going to cost me for next season. Now, here's the thing. That sounds ridiculously expensive. It's still one of, if not the lowest ticket price in the NFL.
Okay.
Still may be the last time you can afford season tickets.
All right, we'll get to that. I got to say this does suck a little bit because it feels opportunistic on the Bills' part.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but they know. They know this is the people.
They're going to take advantage.
People are going to want to, and the season ticket holders that decide that maybe they can't make 1 or 2 games will probably make that up pretty quick.
Yeah, but you're also now you're sticking it to the people that are just trying to get into the stadium for one last game. I mean, here's what sucks about it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there are any season tickets available to be purchased for folks that don't already have them.
I know for a long
now.
time there was a waiting list, so I would assume it's still the same
So
way.
you got to go in a secondary market to score your ticket.
Exactly, but what I'm getting at is like this 12%, it's not like, hey, if you want to be a season ticket holder, it's going to cost you more. It's you already have season tickets, give us more money.
All right.
You know what I mean?
But that's not the problem.
The problem is, here's the thing. We all know that when the team goes across the street to the new stadium, the tickets are going to be way more expensive. Season ticket prices are going up across the street in a shocking way.
Yeah.
Right? So that means if you want in the new place, you're going to be spending more. The economical thing to do, whether you want to see a game before it gets more expensive or you want to pay one last respect to the stadium, is to go this year. But based on the increase in season ticket prices and one other factor, Kimmy, it looks like this might be the most expensive ticket season we've seen maybe of the last.
To date, yeah.
So there are 3 things, Tommy.
So what are the factors?
Okay. 1, like we said, last year in the old stadium, folks are going to want to come back. And you're going to see people from across the country doing it.
Okay.
Right? Folks that grew up in Western New York that want to come home and watch one more game. Second factor, the Bills are really good. Right? You were 3 points away from a Super Bowl berth. Your quarterback is an MVP. That sells tickets easy.
All right.
But
What's the third rail?
Here's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Every home game this season for the Bills is like a must-see game.
Oh, really?
At home this year, the Bills will face the Ravens, the Bengals,
The Yankees.
the Chiefs, the Dolphins, which always sells tickets, and the Super Bowl champion Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles are coming.
They have 9 regular season home games. 5 of them are the Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs, Dolphins, and Eagles.
So let me ask you this. Let's say you're going to go to one game.
Yeah.
What game do you pick? Because do you pick like those marquee games, or how many people are going to want to be there for the last game of the season no matter who's there, because that's it?
Well, here's the
It's
problem.
like walk out, the lights are off.
So you're right. That sounds awesome. Here's the problem with that. The Bills are going to make the playoffs.
Right.
So you don't know when the last game in the stadium's going to be.
You might have an
that's so-
idea by
yeah.
then, though, right? Like last game of the season.
Do you think like the
might,
last regular season game ever there?
You might kind of know whether or not they'll be home again or not.
Well, the only way they would have no chance of being home is being the 7 seed. And if they're the 7 seed, we got bigger problems
Right.
than this is the last game in the stadium. I mean,
Okay.
if they're the 1, 2, or 3, there's one, they would definitely have an
Give
AFC.
one more game.
Well, one at least.
Yeah.
Right? But, they would have a home AFC championship if they would have to get there. If you're the 3 seed, I mean, you would have one home game guaranteed. You could have an AFC championship game at home, how everything works out. Like, it's going to get really complicated. You're right. That last regular season game would be the one you would want to circle on the calendar.
Right.
But that could be a game where Josh Allen takes one snap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They play the Saints, who are also coming to Buffalo that year, and nobody cares.
Right.
So, hey, wow, I got to touch the concrete one more time.
So it's going to cost you a ton no matter what game you go to.
I would think
Probably.
so.
Probably.
And further than that, just the matchups, to see those games, be in the
Yeah.
building for those, they're going to be great games. Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs, Dolphins, and Eagles. Kimmy, I'm going to guess at least 3 of those are going to be primetime games,
Oh, yeah.
which increases.
Philly's
Yeah.
got to be.
I mean,
The Super Bowl champs coming to town.
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens, I would also think, based on the 2 matchups the Bills had last year, is going to be a primetime game. The Bengals and Bills are always must-see
Did you
TV.
say the Chiefs are coming to
Yeah,
town?
but they're always that. CBS holds on to that in that
Yeah.
4:30 slot.
there's always, usually every season, there's always 1 or 2, 1 o'clock games that aren't really going to matter in the long run that you always think, like, well, if I'm going to go to a cheap game, if I just want to be in the building this season, that's the one to go to, and I don't think that exists this season.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong.
Like, if you're just somebody that wants to get in there because it's the last time you'll be in Highmark Stadium, I don't know what game that would be for you.
So, like, as we talk about what the potential for prices are, again, 252 WCMF, the Bills announced that next season ticket prices will be going up 12%, which is pretty significant.
Yeah.
Right? And you have this gauntlet of amazing teams coming to Highmark Stadium. If I remember correctly, the highest price we saw for a ticket in the last couple of years was the Green Bay Packers primetime game coming to Buffalo, Aaron Rodgers last season in Green Bay. And that was the highest regular season.
Right.
It was $525 in the door on Thursday.
Is that just
damn.
because you get a lot of people wanting to see Aaron Rodgers?
Well, yeah, it
at
was
the
prime time. The Bills,
Yeah.
that was the year that they were favored to win the Super
Yeah.
Bowl, if I remember correctly. I mean, are we going to see ticket prices higher than that? $525 for the
Why
worst
wouldn't you?
seat in the
Prime
house?
time.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's say you wanted to go Super Chintz.
Okay.
Super Chintz at.
Super chin. Ticka-ticka-doo.
Is there a possibility after this season is over that the stadium's not ready and they got to play some preseason games in the old stadium?
Oh, if they would have to play the whole season.
Yeah, I don't think they'd switch midway through.
Yeah. I mean, because you're going to need to knock that stadium down for parking.
Oh.
I mean, I guess it's not out of the question based on how the prices of things and how long things. But I got to tell you, man, every time I go to the stadium, week by week,
Looking good.
Yeah,
it looks
popped
more
up
like a
fast.
stadium. It's insane.
All right.
It was only a pit for so long.
I love how you asked that because of what happened with Innovative Field across the street. All right, we're moving from Silver Stadium. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
The sequel, one more time.
I guess it's not out of the question. I mean, if you
But that's a roll of the dice.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Now the good news.
Good news.
If you just want to see the Bills play, period.
Yeah.
There are 2 potential games that maybe you can get cheaper tickets for outside of Orchard Park that are a drivable game.
Now, who you got?
The Bills play on the road this year, both the Pittsburgh Steelers, but
a
those
fun town.
and those tickets can get expensive.
Yeah.
The ticket that might be
Pretty
the
loyal
cheapest,
fans.
What's that?
Cleveland Browns.
Oh.
They're on the road against the Browns. If you just want to see Josh Allen play, a trip to Cleveland might be your most economical
What
choice.
about when they play the Patriots?
Going all the way to New England, that's a longer drive than you think.
Yeah,
That's
true.
6 hours
It's farther.
probably,
Yeah. I mean, Cleveland, if you're flying,
4
you get there in
hours.
3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Straight 90 all the way, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Pew!
Damn. Well, that's exciting.
I mean, yes, but it's also here's the thing.
I mean, the anticipation of the new stadium, the team is good. I mean, it's a lot to have fun with. It's just going to cost you.
Yeah, we know a couple that went to a game in Cleveland last year. It was towards the end of the season, and I think that they paid $17 a ticket and were right on like the 50-yard line.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it was.
What's a Red Wings game?
About that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't have
Damn.
to justify spending money to watch Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, true.
So, look, I'm sure we're going to talk a lot more about this as we get closer to the 25-26 season.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, no matter how well the Bills do on the field this year,
Yeah.
it's going to be really bittersweet. Because, like, that stadium that they're getting rid of, you grew up in that stadium, and unless you are, like, 70,
Yeah.
75, it's the only stadium you've
Right.
ever known.
Yeah.
And this is the end of it. And it's not even like when they're done playing in that stadium, you'll be able to go back in and reminisce because they're going to knock it
It'll be
down.
gone.
Yeah.
So, like now, best case scenario, if the Bills are the 1 seed and win all of their playoff games, you now, with the preseason game, you only have 11 more chances to get inside this building.
And I'm guessing you're going to get quite a show because everybody's coming back, right? As far as the players.
I would think so.
Like every schmuck's coming back.
I would assume they're going to do some like weekend of an all-stadium team of all the living best legends.
Would you have to?
Yeah,
right?
I would think.
Are we going to see this season stories about people trying to steal stuff out of this stadium? Like,
I'll be that guy.
Like,
has
if it's
already,
not
yeah.
locked down, there's going to be people trying to, like, unscrew stuff, take stuff.
Well, are they going to sell stuff like they did with the old
I
Yankee
would think,
Stadium?
but I think there's going to be some
Hardware?
other theft. Yes.
Here's what I'm hoping. So I have my seat that I've sat in now for like 15 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will buy that seat from the Bills. If they give me the opportunity to buy my seats, I
How
will.
could they? Yeah, they'd have to.
Okay. If they don't, I'm taking that seat out
You
of the
can't.
stadium.
How you
Are you
get
gonna
out?
bring
How you
Watch
get
me.
power
out?
tools in
Watch
with
me.
you?
I-
No, there are going to be people that try.
So when Cleveland, and I know it's
How are you
different.
getting it out? You can't bring tools in.
Okay.
You walking in with like a
I don't
No,
socket
yeah, you can.
wrench set?
People-
I'll give him my ticket. Oh, buddy, let's get this seat out of here. There's great video.
Yeah.
And I know it's a different time and whatever. When the Browns left Cleveland in 94.
Yeah.
It's the last game. The Browns players, they're circling the field, high-fiving, and you see these Browns fans unscrewing
Trying to
full
rip stuff out.
No, they weren't trying. Kimmy, they unscrewed full benches
Oh,
and
just walk it
carried
out?
them out over their heads
Oh, my
up the
God.
stairs. It's a beautiful scene,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, it's passion for your team.
But here's the thing, man. There's this saying, right? Like, owners control the teams, communities own the teams. And I subscribe to that idea. So, man, I've been going to that stadium since I was 4 years old. I will pay you if you give me the opportunity. But one way or another,
Getting
that's
that
my
seat.
seat. That
'Cause I
seat
would-
is coming with me.
Because I'm thinking the turf, all that stuff, they're going to cut it all up and sell it.
Oh, yeah, the turf, absolutely.
I mean, the seats, why not?
Yeah, no, okay, look, I'm saying.
Man,
Give me-
man, think of that, man. It's junk, and you're going to get premium money for that
It's the last
seat.
piece you'll ever have, though.
and it's going to live in my basement forever. And it's going to be great. Yeah, I don't
That
know.
I don't. What are you going to attach it to the wall?
Yes, I already have a plan.
Well, I'm
bro,
sure you
Got a
have a
spot.
plan.
2 years ago, when it was definite that everything was happening, I went in before the game, like, regular game, and I took a look at what it would take to get it, like, on my wall in my basement.
Why don't you put it
Examining
outside?
the chair.
No, because then it's going to ruin the chair.
Yeah, you wouldn't
The
put it
chair's
outside.
lived outside.
Yeah, but now it's an inside chair.
All right. Are you going to sit in it?
Yeah.
Like, would you sit in it and watch a game?
I already have where it's going to go, so it's in perfect spot
But
for
you
my
have a
TV.
comfortable couch.
Yeah, but that's my seat, man. You don't get it. You'll never get it.
No, but my ass don't get it either. But my ass needs comfort 24/7.
No, those seats are comfortable seats.
Bro, they're
They're
goddamn
comfortable
chintz
for the
plastic.
stadium,
Okay.
but when you got a couch in front of you,
I'm
I
done.
hear they're full of heavy minerals and pesticides.
I'm done talking to you. You don't understand. And
I
now
don't.
guess what? You're not allowed to sit in my stadium seat that I either
I've
buy or
never,
steal.
I've not seen your man cave.
I've invited you over.
Kinda. You always invite me over when you know I can't come.
No, I invite you over knowing you won't come.
Oh, same thing.
Okay, let's take a break. How about you want to come over and play like a board game or something?
Yeah, I'd love to. I love board games.
Rochester got put on the map yesterday.
What did we get?
Well, our relationship with the toy
Oh.
universe, thanks to the Strong Museum of Play,
Oh, we're Toy Town.
it is. It runs deep, and because of that, we got a very special thing.
Damn.
And it's funny because, Kimmy, we don't know all of the businesses and neighborhoods that ended up in this board game.
right? Not yet. Well, I think they did reveal it.
So
They
can you
revealed a
buy
couple
this?
of them. You
Okay.
can buy this. Yep, you can go to a store today. You
Yeah.
can go buy it
Oh,
online if
really?
you want to. And here's the thing about this specific game.
Yeah.
It either ends with you bored out of your mind after
Yes.
playing it for 2 days, or with the table flipped over.
Yep.
And that's the only way it ends.
Yes.
And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
there are two kinds of people in this world.
Who that?
There are board game people, and there are folks who hate board game people.
Mm-hmm.
But even in the world of board game people, there are special kinds of psychos.
Yeah.
Folks who enjoy this board game that goes on forever, that tests the limits of your friendship.
I think it's like the original board game.
Yeah, it might be. It's a game that has just as good a chance of ending with a table flipped over
Yep.
than folks getting up and getting a soda. And it's all anybody wanted to talk about in Rochester yesterday.
So what are we getting?
We got it already.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock this morning. It is pothole season, buddy.
Yeah, it's bad.
And here's the thing. I've got a report in front of us that's not great. It is not great. However,
Yeah.
is it not great because our local government is no good at taking care of this?
Yeah.
Or is this just a symptom of where we have decided to live and raise our families?
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Rochester, New York,
Yeah.
now has its own monopoly.
Wow.
Yesterday, the official Rochester monopoly, like approved by Hasbro, the company that owns
So
it.
it's all Rochester related.
You got it, every single thing. And I know people are going to come, but I've seen it in Wegmans. No, that was Rochesteropoly. That was not Hasbro approved. That was
Not official.
fake-ass monopoly.
This came from the big house.
You got it. And because, Tommy, like you said, it's Rochester Monopoly, all the properties on the board, Rochester. You have RIT, the Genesee River, Wegmans, also Kodak, and the Xerox building, which must be the cheaper property.
Yeah.
The game is now available online and in stores. And if you go out and buy Rochester Monopoly,
Yeah.
you are a psychopath who, for some reason, enjoys hours of pain and torture. Of all of the board games that exist,
Yeah.
Monopoly is the most volatile, right?
Yeah, because it goes on forever. It's cutthroat. You know, the longer it goes, the more people get pissed off. It just sucks.
Kimmy, would you agree?
Yeah, I don't think I ever played a full game of Monopoly. I don't think my dad even, like, we had a stack of board games when we'd go on vacation, and he would just skip Monopoly. Like, we're not even bringing Monopoly. Screw that.
It's a good
Because
one.
I bet you if you go down to like all these summer cottages, 50% of them have an open Monopoly game sitting out right now.
Still going right
Yeah.
now.
Like they just said, F it. We tried to play this all summer, and it never gets put away. It's either you, like your point, you either trash it or it just sits there.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. Because there are board game people, grown-ass people who get together with
Oh,
their
yeah.
friends, will spend perfectly good nights
They
playing.
love it.
Yeah, all sorts of weird-ass games, right? There are families who will sit down and compete against each other. But Monopoly goes above and beyond that because it seems that Monopoly is the one board game that is most likely to end in a massive argument with yelling, screaming, and game pieces all over the floor. What I'm trying to figure out, 252-WCMF, what about Monopoly is so dangerous?
It's that whole cutthroat money, rent, ownership.
Is that what it is?
F you.
Okay.
You owe me.
Yeah, give me your money.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're losing. You're going to lose any other board game you play. Like, most people will lose. Why, when you lose Monopoly,
But I think,
do
like,
flip
you
out?
could lose because somebody else decides to target you kind of thing.
Okay. All right.
They're taking your properties.
It's basically somebody gets to be the landlord.
Yeah,
And you're the
yeah.
renter.
You're right. I mean, look,
Oh, and you may be going to jail, too.
there is something about the game of capitalism that brings out the
Which
worst in
is
people.
all it is. That's why I think it was the original game.
Yes. And, I mean, it's what's also frustrating about Monopoly,
Yeah.
like when you get behind financially in Monopoly, no matter how hard you work, you just keep getting kicked in the scrot.
Yes.
Monopoly's a lot like life. So why would we want to do that for fun?
Yeah, because think like 70% of the people you're playing with are already behind on something in actuality.
Yes, you're right. It's
So
like
I want to play a game
Yeah.
of my misery.
It's like, hey, you want to try that other new board game? Do I have cancer? Because that's what this is. Like the worst part of living. Let's
Yes.
make it a board game. Okay. Who can you play? I know you don't play board games,
No,
but
I
if you
hate
were
it.
forced to play a game of Monopoly, who are you most likely to play a game of Monopoly with? Is this a family game or is this a friend game?
Oh, I think this is always I've only played with family.
As an adult, I would have to be dragged in by family.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
No
there is
friends.
no friend. You would not. You do not have a friend, a good enough friend
No.
that could invite you over for Rochester Monopoly because this is a big deal,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
and you would not want to go and check it out.
But I've been to people's houses where we've gone over for like whatever, and once those board games come out, I want to go home.
No, I'm with you on that.
I'm out. And they always try to suck you in, and I'm like, I can't do this.
Can I ask another question? Because I
What?
know you guys are out there. 252 WCMF. To you board game people, why all of a sudden did board games explode in popularity again over the last, 15 years?
Well, I thought all this
Well, a
retro
lot of-
stuff was coming back.
Well, no, because we're
Board
talking
games,
even-
but I think a lot of those card games kicked it off, like the ones where you didn't really have to concentrate much. Like there really isn't a winner in the game.
Oh,
it's
right,
more
right.
of like
Cards
a,
Against Humanity kind of thing?
Yeah, it's just more of a thing you're doing while hanging out.
Well, no, but Kimmy, I mean, we have the biggest board game, game store in
Yeah.
America, I think,
Yeah.
in Millennium Games in
Yeah.
Henrietta,
Yeah.
right?
But I always kind of thought like the extreme board game people, like they were addicted to one game. Like they didn't play all the board games. Like they were big in like a certain category of games.
Okay, so you're telling me board game people have one game they really,
Well,
really
like the ones that are really into it and like compete in it, you know? Like what
Settlers of Catan or Catan, whatever they changed.
That kind of game.
The
I
one
guess.
that Josh
Yeah.
Allen and Dawson
Yeah.
Knox and all the teammates play.
I would think like COVID probably had a little bit to do with it too. We were
Oh,
locked
yeah.
in for so long with your family.
But it was happening before that.
oh,
There's a dad on my daughter's hockey team. Really, really nice guy. I like him a lot. But he's a huge board game guy. And once a year, he has all of his friends from college come over and they spend the night at his house
Yeah.
and they play board games for
Oh.
3 days.
and they did this in college.
Well, I guess it's
that's
their
what they do
bonding
now.
thing now. They all get back together.
Yeah.
It's, I guess.
We know a guy that's in radio that he just goes to board game conventions.
Yeah.
and plays these games and with his adult kids, and they travel.
Yes, across the country
Yeah.
for this. Why?
I don't get it.
Why? Come on, guys.
You know what drives me the most crazy when it comes to board games is the person that wants to play. Like if we're gonna play the board game, let's play.
Yeah.
I hate the person that brings out the board game and then isn't paying attention. It's taken forever to get back to your turn because nobody's actually concentrating on the game. And it's why do we even do this? Why do we set it up? Let's play it. Let's get a winner in. Let's get it over with. I don't want to sit here waiting for my turn for 20 minutes.
We're just talking board games and Kimmy's ready to strangle somebody.
Yeah. I mean, this is below puzzles.
I don't think I've ever done a puzzle in my life.
Bro, I couldn't
No,
do it,
me
but I've
either.
never, I don't think I've opened up a puzzle box. And I know people that, they love that crap.
But I don't get the puzzle thing because once you put it together, unless you plan on framing it, which I guess you people do.
Also, don't get it's not your
you're
art.
just gonna
Yeah, thank
break
you.
it up and then put it back in the box.
You assembled art. Wow.
It's like framing a salad.
Yeah. I mean, and anybody can complete a puzzle if you give yourself long enough, right?
I mean, I don't know. I've never done a puzzle. Maybe it's
Yeah.
harder than I think. I don't know.
But you'll get it eventually if you want to do
hold on.
nothing
I don't
else.
think you and I could put together any puzzle.
Gun to your
Anything
head.
more than 7 pieces, I don't think we're
You
putting it
ain't
together.
leaving till you finish that puzzle.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, Hasbro, the official game company, released Rochester Monopoly. Thanks to the Rochester Museum of Play, all of the pieces on the board, properties on the board, are Rochester related. That's the only thing I'm actually interested in
What's that?
with Rochester Monopoly. What properties are worth
What made the cut?
Exactly. Well, not only what make the cut, but because, there are more expensive
yeah.
properties, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They only revealed, on the news, a few of the local places that made the board.
Yeah, because there have to be some bad ones, right? That's part of it.
The lowest one.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Between the businesses here in Rochester, because they have businesses in there.
Yeah.
What would be, in your opinion, the most expensive, the Park Place of businesses in Rochester Monopoly?
I mean, it had to be Wegmans.
All right.
It's the gold standard.
And there's
right?
2. There's Park Place, and what's the other one? The other expensive one? Doesn't matter. There
Oh,
would be
on the real board?
So what's the second one?
Oh, paychecks.
All right, I had the same too. Is it an insult if Kodak and the Xerox Tower are cheap-ass properties in this board
Well,
game?
I mean, they're kind
They
of
had-
shelves of themselves, so yeah.
But they had to sign off on this,
Yeah.
Probably.
right? I mean, intellectual property. So did they ask hey, wait.
Where are we going to be, though?
Where are the board? Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah.
It says in the story that the Xerox Tower is on the. I didn't
The
think the
building.
Xerox Tower still existed.
Yeah, I thought it was we know it as the Xerox Tower.
But it
is
changed names.
officially
I thought it was a
the
bank now or
Xerox
something.
Tower.
Well, no, I'm saying the tower itself is not called
Yeah.
the.
Yeah, I think it's called a bank now or something.
Oh yeah, a bank tower. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Bank One Tower. I don't know.
Kimmy, will you Google? Wait, do they have the game came out yesterday and it's already outdated?
Yes.
Did they start this when it was still the Xerox Tower?
Made you move too soon.
Oh.
Because I guess George Eastman's house on it.
Oh, good question. I don't know. They only gave 4 or 5 what the properties.
That's a
things were.
landmark, right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
The old Xerox building in downtown Rochester is now called Innovation Square.
Oh, they changed it from
Oh.
Bank One.
Oh wow, Bank One went bad.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Got bought up by Bank Two.
Now they're Bank 3.
Wow, it happened so fast.
So wait a minute. This game already has an outdated property on it from Rochester. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Right? Damien writes us. Okay, you already know Damien's a board game guy.
Yes.
Because his name is Damien.
That's a border.
He writes, board games are as fun as you make them. If you're a jerk, you'll ruin the board game experience. If you're there to have a good time, you'll have fun doing it. Just don't go in with a negative expectation.
Okay.
Shut up, Damien.
Okay, even the people that are having fun really aren't having fun.
No, I mean, there are people who have fun.
But you're really not. You're just a shell of yourself.
No, there are
man.
people that enjoy this and look forward to it.
But you're just a zero of a human being.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's a little bit harsh. You know,
Well, there's worse numbers than zero, isn't there?
no, there aren't. That's why Bank 1 went out of business. Now that's why they're Bank 3. You're an idiot. Tommy, operator of Bank 0. Slogan, there's worse numbers than zero. That's why nobody goes into his bank. Let's take a break. Look, this might be one of the most frustrating parts of living in Rochester because, like, the weather is bad, but we find a way to get through the weather. This, you can't get through when you're driving down the street. And it's funny, we all have in our heads little maps we memorize on what streets we have to turn, which way you turn that way, right? And I'm not talking about going on to
It's a
another
slalom
road.
course, man.
So we have some not great information about the greater Rochester area in this realm. And the question becomes, is this something we all deal with now because our local government doesn't know what the hell they're doing? Or is this simply something that happens when we choose to live in a place like this? And we'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. Even for a community that likes to bitch about everything,
Yeah, we do.
This is a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
Because we pay taxes, and our taxes should cover this. But on the other hand, based on the weather and how we use these, wanting these to be in perfect condition all the time, it's an impossible ask.
Right.
So, is what we're about to share with you the fault of our local government? Or is it something that just happens because we want to live here?
Because we got to live with it.
You got it.
Part of the season.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. The most unique bar in Rochester can be yours.
I can buy it?
You can buy it. And when I say most unique, I'm having a hard time racking my brain, even in the history of being a drunk in this town. A place that is as unique as this.
Have I been to it?
You have been to this place? It's been around forever.
Okay.
Forever. So long, in fact, that there may be people who have lived in Rochester for a while that have never even heard of this place.
Really?
But when you go, it is a literal transport to another country.
Country?
And we'll get into it, tell you what it is, just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. We are smack dab in the middle of pothole season.
Yeah, we got some whoppers.
Bro, it's bad.
Right around here, it's brutal.
It's brutal everywhere.
Yeah.
I had to pull moose out of one this morning.
Why?
Hell.
And look, this time of year it's always bad,
Yeah.
but it seems it may be worse this year than in years before.
Well, we've had a pretty rough winter.
Story on 10 NBC says that 1/3 of all Rochester roads are, and I quote, in bad shape.
Yeah, rough.
So a study done by a national transportation organization says not only are 1/3 of the roads in bad shape, 12% are classified as poor roads, like just straight up destroyed.
Yeah.
And all of it has to do with potholes. So depending on where you're driving, you have a 1 in 3 shot of being on a road that will F up your car.
Or you're going to have to start do the slalom while you're driving.
It is amazing how you start to establish a little map in your head.
Yeah,
of the
because you know
roads.
where they are.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
All right. Are you guys surprised that 1/3 of all roads in Rochester are in poor condition?
I mean, I'm just thinking of the roads I drive that are horrible.
Oh, in Pittsburgh?
And it only takes one spot on those roads. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like the whole road has to be crappy. It's avoiding that one giant pothole. It's going to F up your car.
You laugh, but Monroe Avenue is bad. It's bad. It's not as bad as like downtown, but it's the worst I've ever seen the avenue.
Shut.
The avenue is in deplorable condition. It is shameful what the avenue has deteriorated to.
Okay. This is definitely something that affects us.
Oh, yeah.
Because a not so fun fact. You ready for this? AAA, it says that the state of New York roads, the condition of them, cost drivers in New York $38 billion annually. That can't be right.
What does that work out per car?
Because there's 19 million people in New York.
But
not
they don't
everybody-
own cars.
Exactly.
Like nobody in New York owns a car.
Unless we're talking like tractor trailers and stuff, too.
All right.
It can't be $38 billion.
No.
What's AAA doing over there?
Come on.
And everyone in Rochester, whether or not it's $38 billion,
Yeah.
has a story, if you've lived here long enough, of a pothole.
Oh, one caught you.
Yeah, that has put you in a mechanic shop. So, with all of that being said, with numbers this bad,
Yeah.
here is my question.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is the condition of the roads in the greater Rochester area the fault of our local government? Or is it something that we cannot fight that just happens because we live in the greater Rochester area?
Yeah, I mean,
252-WCMF.
They can't fix them right now.
Oh, look at this man. Government ass kisser Tommy Muley
'Cause-
capitulating to the elected officials. Wanted to check your back pocket for an envelope.
I don't know
buddy.
what that means, but yes. No, I mean, what can they do? I mean, right
Fix
now,
it.
it's going to suck
Yeah.
until spring and it
Right.
dries out and they can fill them in proper. I mean, you see them doing that patchwork stuff, but even that gets ripped up again. I mean, the
Temporary.
plows tear it up.
You just told me that the avenue was deplorable.
It's horrible right now.
Horrible and deplorable.
The worst, I'll tell you what the worst is for me, is going home right in front of the jail.
Oh, right there on the...
Right there, it is brutal.
Oh, so you're
man.
back on the expressway again.
Yeah. Well, because construction's done. They're not fixing anything.
Thought you were...
Nobody wants to work anymore.
That's the ironic part about this whole thing,
Yeah.
right? Like, the reason you got your 3 tickets is because they were actually doing work on the
Yes.
road. All right, so, like, we know the weather is why this stuff happens.
Yeah.
Right.
And there may not be anything we could do about it, but at the same time, I mean, folks do expect rough roads to be taken care of as fast as possible, and there are a lot of people that do not believe that local governments, whether it's the county or the city or the town or the village you live in, are not working fast enough and not spending the hard-earned money that we pay in taxes to get this taken care of.
Now, they may not have enough guys to do it either. Because remember, you had shortages of, workers. So you might not have enough guys to get to all these potholes.
Okay, now, I don't know if that's the case. It may be the case. You do assume every time there is something that shows up in the news that it's because of a work shortage.
Especially when it's hard work. I'm guessing filling potholes in the middle of winter ain't fun.
Here comes.
Well, yeah, but I'm also assuming they're focusing on the busiest roads first, too. So all these side roads that we're taking to work are probably going to be the last on their priority list.
What?
You hear what you just did?
What?
You don't even have to say it straight up, but you still have that old man take.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to work anymore. Back when I was out there, you had strong, real American men doing construction. But they had a line of them.
Big burly men.
They were turning the burliest of men
Big
away
hairy arms.
for burlier men.
From Burlington.
Burly men from Burlington.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Story on 10 NBC earlier this week. 1 in 3 Rochester roads are in bad shape, according to a study done by a national transportation organization. Not only that, they say 12% of our roads are classified as poor, and there are a lot of people saying it is the fault of the local government, that they're not taking care of it fast enough, and they're not spending the money they need to, and it's affecting all of our cars, and it's terrible.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
all that being said, there is a weird catch-22 to fixing the potholes.
What's the catch?
Oh, you don't want to deal with them.
No.
Because they hurt your car.
Mm-hmm.
And major roads with big problems can really F you up. But when a road crew gets thrown out there in the middle of the winter trying to patch up the really bad ones,
Yep.
it then makes traffic
Yep.
unbearable.
Backs your ass up.
It can add 30 to 40 minutes to your morning commute. They were fixing ones on West Henrietta Road.
Yeah.
Right over the Brighton-Henrietta line there.
Oh, that's got to be brutal.
Bro, it got down to one lane. You know that intersection, right? Like right
Yeah.
there with the Delta Sonic there?
At all times of the day.
Oh, my God. So I found myself bitching about these giant potholes the day before, and then I get stuck in this traffic, and now I'm bitching that I'm adding 20 minutes to my commute because of this traffic. I can't win, man. I can't win.
But nobody's got any patience either.
Well, no. What do I need to have patience? I pay my taxes. I pay my taxes. So what makes this all better, then, is it the idea that things run smoother and keep us from spending a fortune when they're fixing them? Or does a quicker commute dodging those holes make you a happier person?
Oh. Dodge the hole?
Are you a hole dodger, or do you want that stuff fixed and you'll sit for 20, 30 minutes extra?
I guess you'd rather dodge the hole because you could keep moving?
I'm asking you, what do you prefer?
Well, nobody likes to sit in traffic, to your point.
And you got places to be, right?
We all do.
I mean, Wegmans is only open until 11 o'clock.
I got a lot going on this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is my busy season.
Kimmy, would you rather dodge or would you rather sit?
I'm probably dodging.
Okay.
Dodging the holes.
So wait, we're all bitching about the potholes.
Well, it's because it's also, especially again, if you take that same route every day, you
Yeah.
start to know where the holes are, so you feel like you're a little bit better at dodging them.
But new holes show up.
Or the
Yeah.
old ones grow.
Yes. Yeah.
Nothing worse than a growing hole on your way home.
The ones that really are
You
the
can't dodge them growing holes. You ain't going home anytime soon.
The hardest ones are the ones on the on-ramp to 394, 95.
Because you can't avoid them.
Yeah, you just got to take it. You got to hit it.
Well, yeah, because you got no
What?
wiggle room.
There's one on 390 South getting off of, I think it's, what is it, Marketplace Drive there? And it is every day.
Why, when you know it's coming too, do you clench your teeth and
Well, I clench more than
clench
that,
your
man.
butt?
There's
and
a
you're
hole that is closed.
Like it's gonna make it better, less of an impact.
No, you're right. It's like you're a Power Ranger in one of those robots, a Megazord, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can control this with my
You
hand.
start keegling.
So in this study, too, that this transportation group did, we get a glimpse into other places like ours. So it
Yeah, who's
turns
got it bad?
Yeah, and it turns out Rochester roads are actually slightly better
Then
surrounding areas.
All right.
Rochester roads, we told you, 12% of them were ranked as poor in this study.
Yeah.
Buffalo and Niagara Falls, 13% were poor.
Well, Niagara Falls is also a pretty poor area.
See,
I mean,
that was
it's
supposed
just-
that was supposed to be information to make you feel better about where we are. Then you go, oh, Niagara Falls is pretty
But
poor.
it's that Niagara is really nasty.
You would think though, because there's such a high tourism.
But that's just one
area.
casino.
Yeah, I mean it's American Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
No, but people go there to see the falls. I would
Yeah.
think it would that. At least the small part of that area would be taken
But
care
that
of.
that other area
Yeah.
over there.
No, there is a small part. Even that Parkway when you go up in that
Yeah, along the
even
river.
that's a piece of crap.
Yes.
So the other cruel irony here, right? As soon as the weather gets nice, the road crews get to work making all that.
And you got the real traffic.
And that's just it, man. Like, that half an hour, 20 minutes you waited in the winter is nothing compared to the 45 minutes now you're stuck with 390.
And it's endless. It goes all summer.
You ain't kidding, man. And now you're getting work tickets, work zone tickets, Tommy.
Yeah.
And, like, in this town, we have snow season and we have construction season.
Yeah, that's it.
There is always a season that is keeping you from getting home on time. Why do we do this to ourselves?
Because it's where we live. Where are we going?
Man, well, you can go anywhere you want, actually.
Yeah, but they got the hurricanes down there.
Okay.
They got the flooding.
True.
They got the alligator.
To your point, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. Dan writes us, yeah, we have to spend all this money for this, but when you compare rough roads in winter to mudslides, fires, hurricanes, and tornadoes on the other parts of the country, this is cake. I'd rather have this to deal with than the other stuff. Is that a good point?
Like living in L.A.
Or Florida or Kansas.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they got horrible stuff there, too.
Yeah.
I guess their stuff can really kill you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
all right, it's a good point.
Maybe. All right.
Okay.
But not everybody feels that way. Ron writes us. What are we paying in taxes? Well, excuse me. What are we paying taxes for if we're also spending money to fix our cars? I pay taxes so I get basic needs, and a road is a basic need. They need to, in all caps, fix it.
Well, but they're also being torn up because they're taking care of other things, right? I mean, like if it wasn't for like these harsh winters, the roads would be in better condition. But you want them to salt and keep the roads clear.
You're right.
So,
but I mean, look, I don't want to be that guy that's like, fix it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be around here. But does he not make somewhat of a valid point that like this is a basic need? Like you, as a community, you have to have functioning roads.
Yeah, but we'll get to it.
No, that's not.
They're semi-functional.
No, it doesn't work, though. And by the way, should the roads be in better shape because we have less salt?
Oh.
Does the salt help or hurt the pothole situation?
See, I thought it
252 WCMF.
I thought it eats away at stuff,
Yeah.
so maybe you're right.
Like I thought that's why like between the salt and the plows and everything is why
It tears it up.
Yeah.
Do the plows have to like get lower now because they don't have the salt? I don't know. Is that why it's all ripped up all over the place?
It's amazing we've all lived here for so long we don't know how any of this works.
Well, because again, like it's all taken care of. Like
Yeah.
that's what's kind of great about paying taxes.
yeah,
It's
you
like,
just throw money at
you
it.
take that and you guys handle it.
Big burly men take care of your problems.
Look, you're doing a good show with a lot of intelligent people when you get messages from guys like Baron von Butt. Who writes,
Well, he knows his holes.
He writes us on Instagram. Good point. He says the average tow for a disabled passenger vehicle is $125. Typical pothole damage requires a new tire and possibly a new rim at $350. Add tax, and you're looking at an easy $500 bill for a bad pothole hit. And it's it's not like one of those things where if it happens once, you're guaranteed it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, true.
And I blew out a tire earlier this year hitting a pothole. That wasn't fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost one in the past.
All right. And, here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
How people feel about the pothole situation is in direct link to when the last time you had to pay to get your car pothole fixed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, your last trauma.
Exactly. If it just recently happened, you're out of your effing mind.
You've had whole trauma.
If you haven't had to deal with it, it's no big deal. 252 WCMF. So you're saying to me then, Tommy, 1 in 3 roads being in bad condition is an acceptable rate in Rochester?
Yeah, I guess that's the way it's always been. Right? I mean, we've always lived this way. What?
You know what you're doing to yourself, right?
Well, no, just tell me.
No, you're going to end up blowing your tire in a pothole.
Probably.
Because the last time we had this conversation about you being like, hey, everybody slow down, you end up getting 3 speeding tickets from that camera. And you're going to come in and go, yeah, it's time to want to fix a pothole.
Well, the problem is there's no alternative route to potholes.
Okay. Well, you bring up alternative. There are more suggestions. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Dave writes us, why can't we just go out there and fix them ourselves? The stuff is not expensive. Get some sand, pound it down, put a little gravel
Yeah, I'm going to
over
do
the
that
top.
on 490 in the middle of the night with my bucket of tar.
Dangerous. Also dangerous,
You could
yes.
die. Wasn't Domino's doing something, though? Remember they had some kind of, like, deal where they were fixing the potholes or something?
Yes. And I thought that led to some, like, legal stuff.
Yeah, like they shouldn't be doing it.
Is it illegal to fix a pothole in your own street?
I'm guessing because you don't own the street. It's the city.
Or the
you
town?
don't know what you're doing.
Okay.
Okay, but
Like if you fix something and somebody gets hurt because you didn't do it right.
Okay.
remember
I mean, we'd have guys doing like their own pole wiring.
remember a while back, was it Domino's?
Yeah, he just brought it up while you were on the
Oh,
phone.
sorry, I
Yeah.
missed
But
No,
we
you're
don't
fine.
know if that was legal, if they got in trouble
Yeah.
for that.
No, like if I were to go
I didn't do
outside,
it anymore.
what do you call the stuff that's like fake gravel? Like it's hot.
Asphalt.
Yeah, okay. Well, if
Yeah.
I go outside with a bucket of asphalt and I fill in a hole and I pound it
On
down.
your street,
on
not
my
on your
street outside.
driveway.
No, on my street. Like, what's the punishment for that?
I guess
you could
if
probably
they
get
don't-
fined.
unless like somebody calls to
Well,
tell
like,
on you.
none of your neighbors are going to tell
But
on you
Right,
to fix
so-
it.
It's
they'd
tampering
have to-
with government property.
Okay,
But I guess
now
they'd
you're just
have
making
to-
stuff up.
They'd have to see you doing it though.
You're tampering with government property.
Yeah, I think you would get in trouble. I bet you would get a
Hey,
fine.
you're doing tampering.
I bet you it's $500 a hole
Why are you?
if you got caught.
Why do you just make stuff? Oh, so it's much less than your mother's rate, $500 a hole. 252 WCMF. We were asking about salting because
Yeah.
we are concerned about science in the break room. Matt's on CMF. Hey, Matty, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you guys?
Good man.
So with the whole salt deal, the salt does hurt the road.
Okay.
Because when the snow melts, that water has to go somewhere, and it leaches down into the road through the cracks and the rumble strip that the state puts down the center of the highway.
Now you got salt water in your holes, and it's not good.
Well, you got corrosion in your hole.
Hole
No,
corrosion.
that-
Yeah. You got a salty
Terrible
hole.
feeling. You need to see a doctor about that if you have that issue. But once that water gets down in there, it refreezes at night, and it what you call
Yeah,
frosties.
yeah. Okay, so the salt is actually worse for the potholes. Then Matt, if we've had a salt shortage, why are the potholes? Why do they seem worse than ever this year?
Yeah, Matt.
I'm asking. I'm not.
No, me too.
It's because people don't know how to drive in winter anymore.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah,
So
Come
you
on,
don't
Matt.
know.
Matt, I was with
Nobody
you,
wants to
buddy.
drive
Hold on.
anymore.
It's because everyone wants to go 100 miles an hour. No one knows how to drive on hardpack anymore when we were kids.
What?
Wait,
I
so-
have
wait,
no
wait,
idea
wait,
what you
okay.
just said.
I
Only
just
real
want to. I'm
drivers.
confused at the transition here. Are you saying
It's
people
our fault.
driving faster on the salted roads make the potholes worse?
Well, so what I'm trying to say is,
You did this, Kimmy.
I know. I'm asking. I didn't know how we got to the speeders. So that's all.
Neither does
Yeah.
Matt.
All right, let me try this again. Matt, the stuff they put,
I'm
the
trying
stuff.
to say what the salt shortage. The last few years have been really warm. A lot of these towns and counties didn't anticipate a warm winter, and the room of storage that they have.
Sure. But
And
you're
we're-
saying
and we're causing it
no.
the way we drive.
Okay, let me see if I can get us to the
Yeah.
end here as fast as possible.
Good.
That when you drive really fast over the stuff they put down, that rips it up more, and that's why there are more potholes that aren't getting fixed.
Partially. And you
Okay,
also
we're going to
see
take it,
people
Matt. We're going to
driving-
take it.
We're
'cause
jet assing our way to pothole.
I got some more calls to take. Thank you, Matt, for the call. I appreciate it. We
jet
don't.
ass in the whole town.
Can I also say one of my?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you're right. I was wrong to step on that. I'm sorry. One of my favorite things as a radio guy is when somebody does a joke and then pauses for laughter that isn't there. Yeah, you got to see a doctor. 252 WCMF 252-9263. 1 in 3 Rochester roads are in poor condition according to this transportation study.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Alvin. Alvin, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How you doing?
Alvin.
You hack.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm calling to give you some insight. I've worked in this field for probably 27 years.
Filling holes every day.
Well, not just filling hose, but in the public works area.
Gotcha.
But the chemical reaction between salt, there's a chemical reaction between salt and ice, right? So what's going on is ever since they went to
Alvin.
You're the
Shut up.
That's not even
You're not
what
even doing
Dave
it right.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Alvin.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Not Alvin.
Alvin! Is that what
question.
things sound like in your head? Is that what your voice sounds like that?
I don't know. Will you let the man finish his story?
Sorry, go back to salt science. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no, ever since ever since they did the asphalt and they do the layers, what ends up happening is when that center seal in between layers breaks apart, the water gets down up in there, and then when they salt it, right, it melts it, it buckles it up, and then when the plows come,
Buckles.
the plows
Buddy.
come now and they furthermore rip apart the asphalt,
Send
and then
in
your
the
traffic furthermore rips it apart,
Okay,
and then everything is just a simple patch
gotcha.
till summer or springtime comes.
Patch
All right.
my hole.
Alvin, thank you for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Summertime.
Yep, see ya.
There goes, what's his name?
Alvin.
What is,
I don't
did
know
you
why
never
you're
watch
doing it
Alvin
like
and the Chipmunks once in your life?
That's the way it used to be back in the day.
No, because I would
when
watch
it was black
No,
and white.
Pat and I saw the cartoons the
You
second
never
time
saw the
around.
original.
No, they ran
Yeah,
it on
yeah.
Nickelodeon. We saw him. Shut up, dumbass.
I don't remember Dave.
No,
talking
some of
like
those
that.
episodes are banned now for reasons.
Oh, well, yeah, what
Like,
did
I
Alvin-
can't go into it.
Okay. I would like to apologize to everybody listening for asking if the salt hurts the roads. This was all my fault. And I am
Well,
deeply
apparently
sorry.
the water in the salt is in the hole. It grows the hole.
All right, how about talking about drinking instead?
Oh, I love drinking.
Look, I mean, most men's dream is to own a bar.
Oh, yeah.
And you now have an opportunity not only to own a bar, but the most unique bar maybe in the history of Rochester, New York.
Damn.
I mean, this bar has been around almost as long as Kimmy has been alive.
Oh, wow.
So that very rarely happens. And it is legitimately, no exaggeration, a trip to another country, literally right down the street. And it can be yours.
Wow.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. there are some bars that are just a place to get a drink.
Mhm.
They got the same beers,
Yeah.
same sports on the TV, same loaded nachos everyone else has.
Mm.
But every once in a while, there is a place so unique,
Wow.
it becomes a phenomenon. And this Rochester bar is that kind of place.
So it's up for sale?
Yes, you could now be the proud owner of Rochester's most interesting bar. All you need is some cash,
Oh.
the will to put the work in, and the international connections necessary to make this bar what it is so special.
So to keep it going the way it is.
You got it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I highly encourage you to log on to our live stream today, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com,
What's going on?
YouTube, or Twitch. Well, get a look at what normal Tommy is, because Tommy just reminded us, if you watched the live stream last Thursday, he wore a tracksuit from
Yeah.
Amsterdam. It turns out you bought three of these tracksuits.
Well, now we're up to 5.
You bought 5 tracksuits?
They're so affordable and they're so goddamn comfortable.
But you said the one that you wore on Thursday, last Thursday, which was ridiculous, is the most muted of the
Base.
bunch. Okay.
Base. Going up.
So we will be continually climbing the ladder of tracksuits
Can't wait.
starting tomorrow. So get a look at what this man is supposed to look like, according
Okay.
to God, and then see the abomination that is tomorrow
Fully suited.
on our live stream, the YouTube and Twitch, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. The Old Toad is up for sale.
No kidding.
So the tavern has been an East End staple for longer than any of the kids who go down to East End Alexander have even been alive. Did you know they opened in May of 1990?
Wow.
Fun fact, they opened on VE Day, Victory in Europe Day,
All right.
in 1990. So they are going on 35 years of business, which is, Tommy, unheard of in the
That's
bar
a good
industry.
run.
There you go. And their success may be attributed to their hook.
Yeah.
They're a British bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a traditional English pub. And I thought everybody that worked there is from Great Britain.
And even that story is interesting. So when you say traditional British pub, it's not just the beers that you're getting, the food there. The menu is a traditional British menu. Like you can get a Scotch egg, which are, by the way, delicious. Have you ever had Scotch egg?
No.
It's a egg, hard-boiled egg, wrapped in sausage with breadcrumbs.
Okay.
And the chicken was drunk. Go on.
Oh, was that you waiting for the laughter break there again? Okay, so Tommy brought it up. The bar was started with the intention of bringing British college students to Rochester, hiring them to work the pub, and teaching them about the restaurant and bar industry. So if they wanted to go and do the same thing in the U.S., they would have the ability to do so. And it worked. So not only was the bar successful, it led to other bars opening in Rochester. Alumni workers from the Old Toad are responsible for the Old Tap and Mallet. You remember that?
Yeah.
And that was open for years in the South Wedge. And there is a bar that is newer. It's called the Sheffield. It's another British bar, which currently operates on Monroe Ave in Brighton. It's the old Otter Lodge.
Okay.
And the Sheffield is like super authentic British, like to the point where my wife wanted to go there for breakfast, and they got blood sausage.
Oh.
And I can eat everything. And oh my God.
Yeah, I pass,
Oh my God.
pass on that.
What are you English people doing?
It's a bloody dong on your plate.
Like you literally, they
Well, when
said
you
this.
sell it like that.
No, but that's what it is.
It's not
No, I
pleasant.
They say the sun never sets on the British Empire. So you were in all kinds of other countries with delicious food, and you still go with that?
Yes.
You still go with that. So, Tommy, if you are interested in buying the Old Toad,
Yeah.
the bar is listed for $75,000.
Wait. That can't be right.
So you get the actual bar and all
So wait, 75,000?
$75,000 for the bar.
Why is it so cheap?
I'm going to tell you, stupid.
Oh, is that pounds?
No.
Oh.
You get everything in the bar. The furnishings, the bar, but they pay lease, so you'd have to continue to rent their space.
Okay.
You're not buying the property; you're just buying the bar, and you'd
Yeah,
have
but
to
that
keep paying
seems
rent.
like a pretty cheap to get in on the bar business.
You want in then?
No.
No.
No, but
I
I'm thinking like for 75,000, it's an established name in a bar. That's pretty good.
35
if
years.
you plan to keep it that way.
Well, yeah, so that's just it. The folks that
Yeah.
own the building are hoping that
You'd
they're
be
going.
smart to.
Which,
yeah.
I mean, like you said, that's the hook. But
mean, was it
there's no
dying?
guarantee that you can kind of keep that authenticity if you plan on coming in and not running it the same way.
And well, that's the thing. Oh, now you asked if it was dying. The DNC who wrote this story reached out to the folks who own it.
Yeah, why are they
and
selling?
They couldn't get a hold of them. They don't know. I mean, it could be 35 years. They might just want to be done with the
Yeah, it
restaurant
could be.
business, right? But like to Kimmy's point, if I want to keep the Old Toad authentic,
Yeah.
do I just call up England and say, "Give me all your British
like,
kids"?
It doesn't seem like
Bro.
it's that easy unless you plan on, unless everybody that's working there plans on still sticking around.
But the idea is, you're young, you work here,
Yeah.
you go do something else.
Yeah.
Right? Like that was the plan of the bar in the first
Right.
place. You can't ask someone to move to America to work at a bar for the rest of their life.
You could open it and just fake the accent.
No,
well,
you
no,
can't.
but,
Yes, you
but when he
can.
talks
Oh, really?
about like the menu and stuff, I
No,
mean, you got to know what you're doing.
You can
right?
stick with the menu. The fake accent, I mean, Kimmy, the recipes are there. Like you go to an Italian restaurant, like we talked about
They're
yesterday.
pretty base food. I mean, English food is very base food. It's nothing
Well,
that
but if
complicated.
you're, do they pass that along to you?
You
I
can
mean, I
look
would
it-
assume if you're buying the bar, you're getting all the recipes
Are you?
too. I would assume so.
You can go look it up.
Okay, but you think you could? Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say you get fired rightfully from this show, and the only place that's going to hire you is the Old Toad, but you have to do a British accent. How would you pass yourself off as British?
Ah, come on in, Lenny.
That's an
Enjoy
Irish accent.
yourself a
That
blood
is an-
you like blood sausage, do you?
That's an
I got
Irish.
me a wee old kiosk in the men's room.
That's the worst Irish accent,
bloody your mouth up good.
but it's an Irish accent.
From my sausage to your mouth sauce.
Can you not do a British? Do Mick. That's a British accent.
Well, welcome to my blood sausage, baby. Cheap champagne and cocaine.
I love how you made the transition like that just because you're a different person.
You
in
want
your
some
mind.
blood sausage?
You have to know how his mind works.
Case in the men's room right now, working on one for you.
No, I'm
Let him
gonna.
climb off this bird and he'll sausage your mouth up good.
I'm going to say this. I don't think any American, especially with our Rochester accents, can do a legitimate British accent where you could pass yourself off as British.
Absolutely, you could.
I don't think I can do. Kimmy, can you do a British accent?
I could try.
Oh God,
That
no.
wasn't bad.
No,
I
that was
don't think it was so bad.
That's pretty good.
not good. She doesn't sound British, man.
No, but don't look at her.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, in general.
All right, Kimmy, I'm closing my eyes. Go.
Well, you want me to say, Pat?
Yeah, that is terrible. Oh
it's,
my God.
It's not that
You
bad.
sound
Listen,
like-
I watch a lot of Love Island, so I pick up on something.
I don't know what that is, but you sound like
Well, it's where people try to find love, but again,
The
it's so
UK.
hard these days.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The Old Toad, the authentic British tavern that's been open for 35 years off of East End Alexander, is up for sale. $75,000. It could be yours. You get everything inside the bar. You do got to pay rent on it. But the hook of the restaurant, the bar, it was started bringing British college students to Rochester, hiring them at the pub, teaching them about the restaurant industry, and sending them out into the United States to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like a British sleeper cell. But if it was started by British guys.
Yeah, they moved here.
And I would assume they had some kind of connection. You wouldn't have that connection. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say you wanted to do an Old Toad style tavern with different countries around the world. What other countries would this business model work with?
As far as like a drinking culture.
I'm just talking about food or drink because we've talked about before, Tommy, when you go into a Chinese restaurant, you want to see a Chinese family.
Yes.
Right? That makes it authentic. Same with Mexican food, same with Indian food. You go to an Italian joint, you want the 5-foot owner to come over to your table, slap you in the face, ask you
Yeah.
how the chicken parm's doing. Right? Outside of Chinese, Mexican, Indian, and Italian, what other country would you like to have an authentic bar or restaurant
It
experience?
has that kind of charm.
Yeah.
Because you use the big ones up front.
Did we hit all of them?
I think so.
There's not
Okay.
another country in the world.
Well, think of like great cuisine,
What about
great
Australia?
or
food. Oh,
Like, aren't they known for what are
But
they?
that's the
Meat
Outback.
pies?
no, meat pies is British.
Oh, I thought that was an Australian thing.
No. Well, I mean, it's kind of
Okay,
the same.
okay, you're
I
right.
don't know
so
what they
Outback tried to do that with their
But
chain.
what if,
Nothing
but what if you
about
had, like,
Outback
yeah, I
is
was gonna say, but
Australian.
what if you had like an authentic Australia? Like, because I mean, that's
I
like a
haven't.
charming accent.
It is, but you also can't fake an Australian accent. You would need to find legitimate Australians.
No, yeah, you can't
You
fake
want
it.
to try, stupid? You're gonna go work at the new the old.
Hey, you went Australian, do you?
I don't even know what that is.
It's like Scottish.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know Australian that much.
I-
Even though we watch a show that has nothing but Australians
know.
on it.
how are you so
We
untalented?
do.
It's not as pleasant as you. Australian accents aren't that pleasant when there's a whole bunch of them speaking it at once.
All right, let's
it gets a little whiny.
let's work Tommy's brain again. Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, you call that a ball, do you?
No, now
That's
you're
a ball.
now you're Sean Connery. You are so bad at this.
Who, by the way, is actually Australian.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
He's Scottish.
No, that was the big lie.
Oh,
Get
there
into
was
the-
the big
They
lie.
wouldn't let him work.
How'd
All right,
Paul
so-
Hogan get work then, stupid?
I don't know.
Kimmy, could
Yeah.
you Google what authentic Australian cuisine
I
is?
think it's
I
not a
love- so-
grilled meat.
So it says meat pie, Vegemite.
Oh, Vegemite sandwich.
But they say that
barbecue.
sucks. Yeah, barbecue's their big one.
I've had a Vegemite sandwich. It's interesting.
I thought it was like nasty.
No, it's like jelly, but it's not
but
jelly.
it tastes like grass.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not something that I would want to eat every day,
Right.
but it was an interesting idea. I had it on toast.
Tim Tam. It's like a chocolate biscuit.
Okay. All right. So we're not doing good on our Australian
All right.
restaurant.
But
Okay, so they do eat emu.
That's not something I'm really crazy about, like to go to an Australian restaurant.
What if they have blue meat?
They
They also eat kangaroo.
do?
Kangaroo
Well, yeah,
meat.
they got 1,000 of them.
I didn't think they ate
Well, I
them.
guess
Well,
it's
only
like
the ones
deer.
they accidentally hit with boomerangs.
I thought they had them like they have like we have dogs.
Well, isn't that like deer meat to them?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were like pets.
No, they
don't
call
know.
them jumpy deers out there. Oh, jumpy deer. Oh, y'all. See, I could
You
work
call
it.
that a jumpy deer?
I don't know if we can eat that
Cut
here.
one
though.
off with my knife.
Are you not allowed to eat a kangaroo? I've never seen kangaroo on a menu. I guess where would you see kangaroo?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now
Outback. I think Outback. has it.
Shut up. No, I kind of want to eat kangaroo.
You got them with the blooming onion. Came in a pouch.
Wait, okay. So you guys can't think of
Well, I'm trying
another
to think
country.
like I'm trying to think like delicious. A country that's known for like delicious food.
Okay, food or alcohol, the authentic experience. Like when you walk into the Old Toad, it's like you walked into an English
Yeah.
pub. It's like you've been transported there. What country would you want to walk into in a
That
building?
we don't already have.
Yes, for an hour or two.
Because we got like the Brazilian steakhouses.
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
think there's no Brazilian people there.
Yeah.
No, but I guess but the food is kind of authentic, right?
I don't know. I've never been to Brazil.
Me
No,
neither.
the Brazilian steakhouse is not authentic. I've never seen a Brazilian person. I don't think in a Brazilian.
I thought
steakhouse.
they ate all their meat on a spear. I don't know. Because it's doesn't it come like
Yeah,
in
it comes on a sword,
Like
yes.
like a spear.
Yeah, whatever. They chop it off. Look, I love the Brazilian steakhouse. I don't think that's how they actually eat in Brazil.
Oh, Cuban food would be fantastic.
Okay, you want to walk into an authentic Cuban.
Yeah, I love Cuban food,
Okay.
and you can't find it anywhere.
Okay,
I mean,
but-
their food is phenomenal.
But again, it's not just the food. It would be an authentic
whole-
Cuban
yeah.
experience. You would walk in and it's like you're in Cuba.
in Havana,
All right.
that would be very cool.
Watch your mouth.
Well, I'm thinking like 1950s Cuba, like the cool old Cuba where the like with the mob.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Hemingway.
yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, you would love to go to that.
I guess. I don't know. I don't want Hemingway cooking my Cuban food.
He didn't cook. He just got drunk
Why do
there.
you think his eye look like that? Oil right in his eye. 252 WCMF 252-9260. All right, now we're trying to figure out which authentic bar restaurant from a culture or country you would want to go to. Like with the Old Toad, which is up for sale. You walk in and you are there. Let's talk to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how are you, buddy?
Good. I think the only other place you could probably pull off would be like an authentic German.
Oh, okay, now we're getting somewhere. German Beer Hall.
All right, yeah,
We had one.
we did.
There's two. Like there's one, the Rheinbach in Canandaigua, and then the Swan Market, but that's not like a bar.
Okay,
It's not like a
We like
fully
this old
immersed.
German brew pub house.
Got- You got that?
German house.
All right, Kyle, when you walk into you said the Rheinbach is the one in Canandaigua?
Yep.
Are they German people, or it's just like a bunch of Canandaiguans wearing lederhosen?
I would say, I mean, the family that owns it still is. I don't know about some of the staff, but they dress that way with the authentic, wear.
Okay. Yeah, I will say this. When you walk in, Kyle, to like the Old Toad, you get like that soft British accent. If you were to bring only German students over to work a German restaurant, it wouldn't have the same soft feel when you walked in.
Well, the accent's not very romantic.
Well, and the German language it's a very aggressive language.
Well, it's actually blunt.
Yes. Yeah.
It's short and blunt.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm.
Bank.
Kyle,
Hey!
Kyle, thanks for the call, buddy. There are like 230 countries in the world, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at a map right now just to see if anything sparks my interest.
And there's only 7 places we want to go.
Well,
I mean,
because
we do
I
have a
think it
lot
gets-
here already.
But I think a lot of it gets redundant. Like the food is kind of similar in that region. Like if
Yeah.
you eat like Vietnamese food,
Okay.
I'm guessing Vietnamese food and Laos and Cambodia all are similar into that area of the world.
But again, you just said, I guess.
Right.
You don't know. And here's the thing. Like, I mean, I go
have
to.
you ever had a Cambodian pizza?
Uh,
Neither have they.
what would be? No, nope, never mind.
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
But here's the thing, man. Like, we talk about walking into a Chinese restaurant, seeing a Chinese family and feeling comfortable. Like, you hear all the time from people that have actually been to China, they don't eat like that.
Right.
So it's just an Americanized version. So you sit here and you go, oh, it'd probably all be similar. No, you don't even know that. It's just you being an ignorant dick.
But I think we've got all the food here. I don't think there's anything
Yeah.
left to like Kimmy's.
Again,
China.
you're being an ignorant dick. You're just like, oh, I haven't tasted it, so it
And-
can't exist.
and it may
You
not-
didn't know that Australians ate kangaroo.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
and
how
I'm
many?
thinking like, but if you're looking for more of like a bar atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Like this is somewhere you can go drink. Like you want like do you want like a jolly, like upbeat, like person greeting you? And I feel like There's only so many places. where
Any
you
of the
get
Scandinavian countries, they're always jolly and upbeat and fun.
All right, well, we
Hello.
don't have anything like that, I guess.
But I don't know if I want to eat raw fish.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I mean,
We don't have
pickled
enough
herring,
attractive people to staff it.
No, again, you bring them over. That's what the Old Toad does.
Okay. So you had to bring over the attractive blonde people.
Yes, you have to reach out to the Swedish embassy and say we need all.
Oh,
we need
you're
your-
attractive. You'll just give us a couple.
You got plenty.
They'll give us their ugliest ones, and it'll still be stunning.
252 WCMF again. The Old Toad, 35 years in business down off of East Alexander. It is up for sale. And the hook of this bar, if you've never been, started with the idea of bringing British college students to Rochester, hiring at the pub, teaching them the industry, and sending them out into the world. 2 other bars, Tap and Mallet, which was in the South Wedge for decades, and the Sheffield, which is currently open on Monroe Avenue in the Old Otter Lodge. Those are 2 alum of the the Old Toad that went on and did better things. We got Facebook messages coming in, and we got Instagram messages coming in. Let's start with Facebook. Dave writes us and says, French. How do you idiots forget French? You wouldn't want to go to France for 2 hours?
We do have French cuisine here.
But
But it's
do like
usually
a-
fancier. It's usually more high end.
You're like a French cafe, though. Like authentic, like what you would be in
Yeah.
Paris on a street.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you could go restaurant or you could go cafe. Which one do you think
I would
would
think
do
the
better?
cafe is what you see on television.
Well, no, but there's also fancy-ass French restaurant where you put on
Yeah.
your nice...
But we're the people that don't do nothing all day. They just smoke and eat cheese.
That's
like
called
that.
the break room.
Oh, okay.
Give me cheese, I'll smoke it. You do nothing.
Le fromage.
They would have to speak English for this to work, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
No, but I'm saying that's why the Old Toad works,
Yeah,
idiot.
because it's that charming
No, but
accent.
you could have the accent in English. That would work.
No, but also the French accent always sounds condescending. Would you like? I know. Don't talk to me like that.
All right.
Who do you think you're better than me?
What about, and maybe this is too close, like a Canadian themed bar?
I'd go to that.
That's a sports bar.
Well, no, because
Yeah, but specifically the menu's full of different poutine or
horse
all right.
horse steaks. We can't serve them legally
yeah,
in
because
America.
they have some interesting stuff that we don't have. That isn't super common.
Yeah,
here.
but they're going to be a state soon, so what's the draw there?
That's all right.
I mean, it's just like, it's like going to Wisconsin now.
But then again, we're not far from the border, so maybe that's not really special to anybody.
No, but here's the thing. Even if you go to Toronto, there's not authentic Canadian bars like the bar. I'm with you. If you did a bar,
It'd be like you're in New York.
No. What I'm saying is,
What?
yes, if you go to Toronto, it's like you're in New York, right? But if you did a bar of just authentic Canadian food and
Yeah.
beer, I would go to them.
All right.
Legacy Sports Fishing writes us on
Oh,
Instagram.
okay.
We were talking about kangaroo meat. Kimmy discovered they eat kangaroo. He says, FYI, kangaroo is good. I order kangaroo jerky a couple of times a year. You know that everything tastes good in jerky form. Wasn't that your mother's gravestone? Everything tastes good when it's jerky
I
in my
got
mouth.
it.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Go back to the Old Toad story with it being for sale. This might be the perfect time to jump into an opportunity like this.
Why?
Well, here's the thing. The Old Toad, as much as it's a Rochester icon,
Yeah.
they've never really advertised.
No.
Have you ever
No.
seen a commercial?
No.
Okay. They've never had to. But that means there could be people who have lived here a while
All right.
that are just hearing about it now. Travel is expensive.
Yeah.
This is an actual opportunity for someone who lives in the suburbs or in the city of Rochester to drive 15 or 20 minutes
Yeah.
and get an authentic 2-hour vacation.
Get a culture that's kind of like your own.
No, but I've been to England. I know you've been to England too. You pretend you've been to England. You talk all this crap
I've been
about
to New England, yeah. It's very nice, but it's different.
But it is a 90-minute international vacation
Yeah.
that will cost you whatever you drink and whatever you
Yeah.
eat. We should do this. I'm serious. I got a British buddy. We'll put him in charge.
Ooh, there you go.
Charming, handsome, probably eats
Are
kangaroo.
you sure he's British?
This is my token British friend.
Yeah, I've said it before. Having a British friend is the best, man.
Well, yeah,
Maybe
it's
he's
top
been
shelf
faking it
friend.
the whole time.
No, because I've heard his accent. It sounds a lot better than your accent. That would be. I think I'd respect him more if he was faking it the whole time. Another reason you don't want to take international travel,
What's that?
something like what we're going to talk about here could happen to you.
What's that?
Well, look, you would not be
Travel's
happy.
been fine.
It has nothing to do with a disaster with the plane, more of a disaster with one specific passenger.
Oh.
Because you understand why the folks that were put next to this person on this plane are upset.
Remember I told you about the story?
Yes, you
yeah.
did. You did. But here's the thing.
But it's how this all went down that's a little strange.
Okay, you
Yeah.
have more details than I do.
Okay.
But Kimmy, on the list of people that are upset,
Yeah.
the folks that are upset are way down the list. Maybe you should just shut up a little
It
bit.
makes you want to wish for a big fat guy sitting next to you.
Well, with the people that
Are
complain?
complaining.
Oh. Oh, I think these are the only people that can.
I think we might have an argument.
Okay.
And we'll do it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, Kimmy, you're right. Like in a vacuum, these people have a right to complain. But when you take a step back and look at this entire story, they're like fifth on the list of people who have the biggest issues here.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to get a little hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week. We dispelled a sexual rumor about Rochester 2 weeks ago. And you still don't want to believe it. Sounds like this man who wrote us a letter still doesn't want to believe it. But he wrote us to say, even if it is true, the science, it's only true because kids these days don't lay it down like we did back in the day. Oh, yeah. It's Macho Man Randy Savage who wrote us a letter. Yeah. We'll get to it. Hate Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, story of a couple going on a dream vacation in Italy. They took Qatar Airways on their way to this dream once-in-a-lifetime vacation.
Okay.
And during the flight, something terrible happened.
What happened?
A woman got out of the bathroom, walking on the plane. They're in the air, and she collapsed in the aisle next to them.
Oh, she was the altitude made her a little faint?
No, she died.
Oh, God.
They tried to resuscitate her right there in the aisle, and she passed away. She was dead.
Oh, my God.
And it says here in the story they did everything they could, right? It's just, sometimes it's your time
So
to go.
nature came.
So they
Yeah.
they put her on like I guess a gurney-looking thing, Kimmy, it sounds like.
Like a flat board, maybe? Like you carry people like the
I know
like
they were
the
trying to
firemen?
move her. I didn't see how.
It says, quote, they tried to wheel
Okay.
her up towards business class.
Yes,
But
yeah.
she was quite a large lady, and they couldn't get her through the aisle. Why are you laughing?
How could you?
Wait, what? It happens. The woman's big. She's a big woman.
Like they didn't have to tell us that?
What?
Well, they did for
Well, here's
this
why.
purpose.
Here's why.
Yeah.
So they couldn't get her up to the front of the
By the way, I'm pissed off if I'm in first class
Well, that's
and
probably
you're
where
bringing
she
her
was.
up here.
So,
It might be where she was sitting.
no, I think airline regulations is you have to bring the body to the place with the least amount of people.
Oh,
They paid
I
the
see.
most
I see.
amount
so,
of
like, wherever
money.
Hey,
there's
shut
the
up.
most room.
Here's your drink. Shut up. Bro, by the
Popping
way,
champagne next to her corpse.
so
Yeah.
this couple who lucked out and had an empty seat when they got on their flight,
Oh, no.
they put this woman in their row. They sat.
Seems like they kind of sat her right where she collapsed.
Yes.
So they just kind of moved her to a seat.
You
close
got it.
by.
Yeah.
And they had to finish the rest of the flight with this
How
woman.
long? Because
that
that's a
had
long
passed away.
flight. That
I-
could be hours.
I'm not entirely. It doesn't really say, Kimmy. Did you see in this story?
I didn't see a time
Yeah.
frame, no, but it seemed like it was a significant amount of time.
Oh, my God. By the way, bro, the smell.
Oh, and it's only a couple hours.
Bro.
No, you don't know this. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I do.
start.
I
How?
don't
Let me
think
tell
it
you.
happens right away.
It does.
It does.
No, it does.
It does.
Because they
How
crap
do
their
you- how
pants.
do
She
you
just
know?
went to the bathroom.
You want to hear the story how I know? When my old man passed in a nursing home, they put him in the other room, okay? And I'm telling you, it did not take that long for him to start, like, his autumn colors started showing
That
up.
was
Like,
just his smell normally, though.
that was the Robitussin.
I was
coming
going
out
to
of
say,
his
he's drinking Robitussin. He's finger blasting your mom with
Yes.
gloves on. Yeah, that was him, bro.
How much? I'm telling you, man, a big woman like that, they go quick.
All right, so the couple is pissed.
No, I would be too,
Okay.
man.
All right, Kimmy, they have room to bitch here?
Yeah, because they did mention in the story that there were open. They asked to move to some of the open seats on the plane.
They
and
wouldn't let 'em
wouldn't-
move?
and they wouldn't let them move.
Once the
What
woman
dicks.
was put down,
Yes.
they couldn't move her
Yeah.
anymore, so they would have had to climb over this woman.
I'll
and,
take it just to get out of
no,
there.
You can't. Oh, okay.
But you can't tell me they got to have something below the seats,
What do you mean?
like a hatch down there. Like there's like a gangway underneath the.
like a secret passage.
No, but there's like a gangway down there where they have stuff.
Apparently not, because they couldn't even get her down the row.
Unless they couldn't fit her down the hatch.
Okay, look.
You stuff her down there.
Well, they also did you see as the flight landed, they also didn't let them get off the plane. So everybody else got off the plane.
Wait, they got stuck
They
there?
had to wait for
Why?
this woman to be removed first before they could get out of the aisle.
What if she starts making like noises too? You know, they say like sometimes when like the coroner's working on it and it's like, "Ugh," they
It's
do
because
that.
they're cutting open the body.
No, like something just the gas.
Yes, when they're cutting open the
You
body.
can't tell me when you die, like everything cuts loose.
She was just in the bathroom, so maybe there was nothing left.
Yeah, but you know, you never get it all out.
Okay.
There's always a little something in there. There's always like one bullet in the chamber you didn't realize.
So here's the thing. I get that this is not an ideal.
This is a horror show.
not ideal for the situation. But one, and yes, it would bother the hell out of me too having to sit next to a body.
You're going to have a nightmare.
You're gonna have a nightmare.
Nightmare.
That body's not gonna do anything to you.
Oh, please.
No, it really is not. You'll get the whole armrest.
No, because she's big.
No, well, you just move
She's
the
gonna
arm
start
over a little bit. What other options are there? Oh, it's funny. You got a lot to say. So easy to criticize, so hard to create.
Why can't you put her in the jumper seat in the back?
Again, they couldn't move her down the aisle.
Dragging
No,
her.
okay. So, like, when it comes to who has it worst in this situation,
It's those poor people.
with this couple, no. These poor people are like fifth on the list. One, the person who died has it the worst, absolutely.
Well, also, she was traveling alone,
Yes, it sounds like it.
which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
For a female.
I mean, you travel everywhere alone.
And I'm sad. But a female, especially traveling alone, is kind of sad.
Person who died has it the worst.
Number one.
The
But she's closer to heaven.
The family members of the person who died have it second worst because now they just found out their loved one passed away.
And they're not going to know till baggage claim.
The flight staff, who now has to handle the situation, has it third worst.
But they train.
Okay. The folks on the ground, who are now responsible for getting this body off the plane, have it fourth worst. Then comes this couple. Like, I get that this sucks.
No.
Yes.
I don't know. I say
No.
couples.
Who's above all of them?
First.
Yeah, but-
No way.
Couples first.
Yes.
They're paying. And by the way, that's not a cheap flight.
Okay.
Yeah, they could have.
The rest of the steps you described are people doing a job
that they're trained for.
Okay.
I don't think these people signed up or knew how to handle a
Sit
situation
next to
like
Fat
this.
Death.
Wait, so you're telling me that the people who were inconvenienced have it worse than the person who died and their family
Yes.
members?
To Tommy's point, they paid money.
So did the
To
woman
do
who
this.
died.
This ain't my
No.
kin, man. You deal with it.
You guys are the most
Well, the
insensitive
woman that
pricks.
died isn't complaining. What
Right.
do
I
you
bet
mean?
she would if she could. Ow. Hey.
Those seats going to cost you $2,000 a piece, minimum.
Okay.
So you're spending $4,000 next to Stinky.
Do you realize how
I would
spoiled
think,
you
like,
sound?
but that's what I don't understand. Like, why not let these people out of the seat before
Right.
putting the woman in the seat?
Like, it's such a screw up on
It
this
doesn't
airline
make sense.
part.
Again, maybe it was we got to get this body somewhere because you don't forget there's a plane full of people here watching all of this happen.
All right, let's say it's me, right?
You die?
No,
I'm sorry. The plane started having a party.
I live.
Yeah,
I live.
Oh, boo, boo, kill him. Sorry, you were saying.
All right, so, and I get stuck next to dead woman.
Yeah.
I want free drinks.
I'm sure they're gonna.
No. I'm going to demand free drinks.
You're gonna demand free drinks over the
And
body of a dead woman.
Don't give me any of this cutoff crap because I'm dealing with this.
Okay.
So you got the Scotch bottles up there? I want to bring one every 15 minutes. And if I pass out, make it 20.
You sound like a spoiled ass bitch.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a reason. There's a time to be spoiled, my friend. And when you put a dead person next to me on a flight that I'm paying money on, I am going to be.
I pay your salary. That's what you sound like right now. I pay your salary. Ah, this person died.
You know what I'm going to turn into?
What?
The ugly American traveler. I'm putting on a Yankee hat, my New York Rangers, all that stuff. God bless America. Give me my goddamn drinks.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this couple. They were taking a once-in-a-lifetime Italian trip on Qatar Airlines. In the middle of the flight, a woman came out of the bathroom. She collapsed. They worked on her as best they could. She passed away right there on the plane.
Hey, were they serving food after that?
I don't know.
Because, a lot of those long flights, you get like 2 meals.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
You're probably gonna pass on that.
Death?
So they tried to wheel her into the front of the plane. She was too big to get down the aisle. They then put this woman next to this couple who had an open seat. They would not let the couple move. They were forced to sit next to this woman who had passed away, and the couple is now freaking out that the airlines, they say they screwed it up. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay. How are you, brother?
Hey guys, good morning.
What's up?
So I've flown on Qatar Airways before.
I'm flying J.
It wasn't first class, but I did go past first class. Anyway, so this checks out fully with their air hostess, stewardess, whatever you want to call the flight attendants nowadays. They are notoriously horrible for customer service.
Qatar Air. Okay. Well, so what? So you're saying these people have a reason to bitch?
Completely.
Why are they horrible? I mean, they're trying to be nice to you.
You would think, but no, Qatar Airways, they just kind of throw you in there and let you kind of go, unless you're in, like, first class.
Okay,
So,
Jay.
yeah, this couple has a full reason to bitch and complain.
Why were you on Qatar Airlines? Where were you going?
Cyprus. This was back in, like, 2018.
Okay. So I do want to point out, Jay, and you sound like a really great guy.
He's a big Cypress guy.
Sound like a really good guy.
Going where the trees are.
I've flown Qatar Airways, and I didn't like it. They didn't treat me like the King Jay that I wanted to be. I mean, Jay, the woman died. You can't complain when someone else dies.
But it is a dick move that they didn't move the woman when there was open seats, to his point.
Yeah.
That kind of checks out.
Could have avoided the complaints by just
The
letting
bad
people
PR.
move.
All right. Well, Jay, real quick, what were you doing in Cyprus? Now I'm interested.
That's actually where I met my now wife.
Oh, you went and met a woman in Cyprus?
Yeah.
Wait, you went to
And-
meet her?
That's wild.
Well, we had met before. I was just going to meet her family.
So she's
and
got to
then
be. So
okay.
she got to be fine.
She's a very fine woman.
No, I mean fine, bro.
Got a very
Yeah,
fine
very
woman.
fine woman.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
Getting him
rest
some
of the day.
Cypress ass.
Wouldn't it just be Cypress?
How is she a better comedian than you?
Come on.
That's how far you've fallen.
I didn't want to take it that far.
I work.
I
I
didn't want to
work.
hurt the guy.
I work with the dead woman of radio personalities in Tommy Muley. All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Hate.
Hate mail of the week coming at you. Tommy does not want to believe this scientific proof that we have that dispels this rumor that he and a bunch of guys and gals his age and
Guys
Rochester
had
said
it.
for years. Okay.
Walking around with it
Really? Nobody ever calls up and says they had it?
because
Yeah.
they're not here anymore.
Except that you said this doesn't kill you
I
because
knew
you
a guy.
had it.
I knew a guy I could call.
We got a letter from a man
He's
who
gone.
still doesn't believe the fact yet. He says, even if it is true, you know why? It's because all these kids today don't lay it down.
Well, they don't even have a word for it anymore.
Well-
Like, what's the word for laying it down now?
Banging?
Banging. That's our word.
And by the way, we don't know because
Laying
we're
pipe.
lame and old.
Like, your generation
Laying
don't lay pipe.
Nothing was sexier for a woman. Hey, baby, how about you let me lay the pipe?
Laying pipe.
We'll get into the letter and maybe lay some pipe next here in the break room. Let's see if 2 weeks ago on this show, we debunked a decades-old rumor about Rochester, New York.
Oh, the itch.
And although Tommy consistently brought this up whenever we talked about sex, he and the people who believed it can never show us any scientific data that backed it up. They say old ideas die hard.
Yeah.
And in an effort to prove Tommy himself and all the other folks who believe this right, this man who wrote us has gone full-blown conspiracy theory to make sure we know this thing that isn't true is probably totally true.
All right.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. 2 weeks ago, we shared with you a story about STD rates in American cities. And the reason, Kimmy, we did this is like for years, like 40 years.
Yeah.
There has been a rumor
Yeah.
about an STD in Rochester that Tommy Muley and a large portion of the population bought into. That
He
rumor
helped
was
spread it.
what, the rumor or the STD?
Both, maybe.
That rumor was.
So there was a strain of syphilis that was unique only to Rochester, that they had never seen anywhere else.
Ever.
And it was documented
Yeah, documented here in
by
Rochester.
doctors
Yes.
here in town.
And I said, where was it documented?
So we used to have a doctor who used to come on the show, and I don't want to say his name now, but because I know he's still around,
Sure.
who talked about it.
Sure. So you saw
and he dealt with
Yeah.
infectious diseases here in Rochester, and he was a respected guy that said it was true.
I hear you. Yet you couldn't show me anything.
So you're going to tell me
Uh-huh.
that we had people on the Brother Wee show that may have not been on the up and up.
I have heard.
I doubt that.
I have heard you say back to me things I said to your face 30 seconds previous.
But you never mentioned syphilis.
So forgive me for not trusting your memory here.
Right.
That being said, in this article that we talked about, Kimmy, we found out what Rochester really had when it came to STD
So what
rates.
did we get?
And the greater Rochester area is in the bottom 30% of American cities for STD percentage.
Right now.
Yes, which totally blows a hole in this rumor. Or so you think.
Mm-hmm.
Because one man wrote us a letter.
Yeah.
And he's here to say that this STD theory about Rochester is totally true.
Because he probably knew guys that had it. He
And-
may have had it.
And the reason things might have changed is that people, totally lame, bro. Now
Yeah.
they're lame. You lame-ass
Yeah,
bitch.
you ain't bringing it.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
There's a reason why Rochester residents don't have a high rate of STDs anymore. It's because people are having less sex with each other because no one is social anymore. You can laugh and make fun of Tommy all you want, but there was and probably still is an STD that was specific to Rochester. I've heard that from many reliable sources. If it is gone, it's because young people don't have the social skills to have one-night stands with each other anymore. When I was single, there were so many places to go, clubs and bars and concerts where we all went out knowing that we were going to go home with someone. We knew how to talk to women and how to close the deal. These soy boy losers with their cats and their skinny jeans either refuse to do that or simply don't know how. Where do you meet a woman now? The farmer's market? The lower STD rate for Rochester is not the brag you think it is. It's proof that the cell phones and all the other distractions are turning us from red-blooded human beings into zombies. That's why women now prefer older men. Look it up. Sincerely, Dan.
He makes a good point about the club scene in his town.
No, he doesn't, you
Bro,
idiot!
Ever since
Okay.
they closed Club Chlamydia, gone way down.
That letter reads like the old man Constitution. He hit every check mark all
And
the
then
way
threw
down.
in, that's why women are into older men at the end, which also blows up his theory.
No, but he also said, look it up. Look it up. Women are into older men. Look it up.
Nobody's getting these ladies ain't getting a good ride anymore.
Okay.
Unless you're over a certain age, I guess.
By the way, this guy's on your side. You and him in a pirate ship. Everything he just said.
He does hit a couple of points.
Okay. I don't even know where to start with this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with the claim that soy boys are having less sex. Oh, no, you know what? We're going to start with
Well, I
him
thought
making...
the sex was down with the young people.
Well, we'll get there. I want to start with, quote, I want to start with him making fun of young
Mm.
people. Because he says in the letter, quote, soy boy losers with their cats and skinny jeans. That's a generation of kids ago, man.
Yeah, everybody there is like in their late 30s, early 40s.
If you're going to
late
take
40s.
take shots at the 20-somethings, give me at least look at them to figure out what they're wearing before you insult them.
Yeah.
Okay, back to less sex.
Pajamas and Crocs.
You are right.
Right.
And you remember us talking about this on the show.
Yeah, you said the kids are way down with the sex.
It is not way down. It is true that young people are having less casual sex today than 40 years ago. But here's the thing.
What's that?
That study was done nationally. So it would have affected every single city in America. It wouldn't have only brought down Rochester's STD rates. It would have kept the STD rates the same, just with less people having sex.
All right.
There would be no reason for only Rochester's numbers to drop based on what we know. And I'd also like to throw something else
What's
out.
that?
It's hard to know if the numbers from a study like how much sex are you having are reliable. It is very possible that the threat of STDs, pregnancies, and other social factors, Kimmy, that were pounded into our heads when we were kids have caused casual sex to decline. That is very possible.
People being a little more selective, careful.
Bingo.
Yeah.
It's also very possible that guys like you and this guy that wrote us the letter in the 70s and 80s were lying their asses off when asked about how many sexual partners they had. Because every one of these studies are self-reported studies. Yeah, I banged like 1,000 chicks last month, 5 threesomes, mom, daughter, same time on the hood of a Trans Am.
I knew guys that had lists.
Shut up. Those lists weren't true.
I think this guy was the guy who showed me his list. He was legit.
What was the list for?
Chicks that he banged.
To show off?
Oh yeah.
So.
But he had
Did they sign it?
Did they source?
Yes, it was all documented.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, the mayor even stamped it. It was notarized.
You want to tell me you guys were all banging all the time in 82?
82 was wide open, man.
I've seen the pictures of your patchy mustaches. You guys were wearing mesh football jerseys like everyday shirts. Let's not start taking shots at skinny jeans soy boys with your knee-high socks and your big old giant mesh shirts that you're wearing. I can see your nipples.
I would say the sexual height of this country was 1978.
Oh, when you were coming of age.
Yes. But you
Isn't that amazing? Man, everything's going downhill since I was cool. You're an idiot.
But you didn't have all these studies and all these scary things. We were just having fun.
But it doesn't make sense because you guys also got married earlier in general.
Yeah, but we
right?
also cheated a lot.
Interesting.
I told you I had buddies when I was single that had, if I said, hey, I'm going out, let me just finish up and I'm out.
You knew some scumbags.
And those guys all partied and banged.
Man, you guys were so cool. Let's check you out. That's totally proves.
You don't understand because you never had it.
Oh, I never had it, man.
You
Bro,
never had the scuzzy freedom that we had.
I was a comic on the road.
Yeah,
You
but that
wanna
was
look at
later.
my ass.
And your generation ruined it.
Oh, yeah, these kids
Let
today.
me do some observational humor about Dunkin' Donuts.
That was your joke. You're doing your joke.
Yeah, but I stole it from a buddy of yours. I don't write jokes.
Yeah, no kidding. Everybody that listens understands that. 252 WCMF, hate mail of the week. After we tell
Why do
you
they call it Ovaltine?
2 weeks ago that Rochester is in the bottom 30% for STD rates in America, which blows up this theory that we have our own strain of syphilis that is known only to Rochester. Was it Dan who wrote us a letter? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan writes us a letter saying he still believes it's true, and if it isn't true anymore, it's only because kids these days are having less sex because they're lame. What do you put? Soy boy, cat loving, skinny jeans wearing.
Yes.
Yeah, because he hasn't been outside and looked at a young person since 2012. But here's the thing.
What's that?
I can sit here and make fun of angry old men all day.
And you do.
What is really bothersome about this
What's that?
is the idea that casual sex is a great thing.
But it is a great thing.
Don't get me wrong.
It's fun.
Don't get me wrong.
It's the best part of youth.
Finding yourself, what you are into, making connections with partners of all types.
There's a time in your life, right, for that?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a good thing, Kimmy.
Taste that
learning.
platter, man.
In the long run, it's a good thing
Yeah.
for people. But at the same time, it is hard to pin down what older guys think about sex. Assuming that Dan, who wrote this, is an older guy. Can we all
Yeah.
assume that? Okay.
Yeah.
Does he want kids to be having all kinds of casual sex? Because that does cause problems.
It does.
STDs are just a small part. There's accidental pregnancies. There are reputations people pick up the wrong way. There's the morality of it if it matters to you. It doesn't really line up with the way guys like this seem to feel about other aspects of the world.
Yeah, it was the fun part of your youth, though. Like,
Okay.
it's the most romantic part of your youth.
No, I understand, and I get that we all have things in our youth that we leave behind, right? Like, it's one thing to be a guy that had a bunch of casual sex, look at kids today and be like, here are the mistakes I made. Maybe this is something I shouldn't do.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is this.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When this guy talks or writes,
Yeah.
you're almost positive of two things.
What's that?
He's talking about heterosexual couples when he talks
Yeah.
about sex,
Yeah.
right? And he's talking about dudes banging chicks, right? Which is really funny because I'm willing to bet if we showed him a woman who had, I don't know, Kimmy, 10 sexual partners in the last year,
Yeah.
he'd call her a whore.
Probably.
Is that a fair guess?
Yeah.
Tommy, is that a fair guess?
I don't like to label
That's-
people fat.
That girl needs to respect herself more, even though kids these days are losers for not having as much sex. Guys should be out there slaying poon, and all the girls should be saving themselves. That doesn't really work, Dan.
Kind of leads to no sex.
Or dudes banging dudes.
Okay.
Which God bless you,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. But I'm gonna go out on
We
a limb.
didn't have that in 1978.
But I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if Dan found out that a bunch of dudes are banging dudes, he may have another opinion about that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? What do you want?
Well, you want the version that's frozen in your mind.
No, but that version
But
that's
that
frozen.
version, yeah, to his point, that version that's frozen in your mind, you also don't really want, or at least you had it, but you don't want other people to have it.
Well, I like to think, personally,
Yeah.
that I want you to have that.
Okay.
That experience as a young person.
But you don't, because their reputation.
I do.
No, their reputation will then cause you to criticize them.
Well, that's on them. That's on the criticizers.
That's you.
But I always say, you bang above the noise.
No,
You eat above the noise, you bang above the
You
noise.
are the criticizer. That's what I don't
Just make a
understand.
little joke about yourself.
That's what I don't understand. Like, if Dan is an older guy, right, and you want young people having sex, then you should never be able to judge a man or a woman for having too many sexual partners.
And I won't. Ever again. Starting now.
Okay. I mean, what do they want, Kimmy? What do they want?
I don't know.
We were cool and we banged out. By the way, that woman that like you were tearing through, you know that's somebody's mother now, right? And like the mother of your
I don't
children.
think she got that far, bro.
And that's the other thing I love about guys like you. No, man, the ones I was into, they were all like, eh. Your partner, if you're 50, 60, 70 years old,
Yeah.
this thing she ain't told you, bro.
Oh, sure.
And she's held it from you your entire marriage because she knows that you need to think a certain way for you to love and respect her.
Yeah, you have to have that Disney version
Exactly.
of the thing.
Yeah.
That's why Disney exists.
Yeah, but that's just it, man. Every time you go down there, there's been a bunch of dudes there before. And I understand that it's been 40, 50 years, but it happened.
Yeah.
But it happened. There ain't no way you were the one, the only one that came and swept her off her feet, the Casanova that you are. I mean, Kimmy, God forbid the next generation learns from the mistakes of the previous
And
generation.
you guys have. We always give you credit.
No, but you're
It's probably
criticizing.
a good thing that you're stopping herpes, right? That doesn't go away.
Yeah. That's a party favor that lives on forever.
Yeah, kind of. Just kind of lays there.
But even past
It's
the
like a lazy disease.
forgetting the STDs, the headaches that we gave ourselves as kids trying to hook up with people, the time and money we wasted, Tommy, chasing down women we never had a chance with.
Right.
The embarrassing moments we all went through that we all seem to conveniently forget.
But it was a life lesson.
No, but it's not because you didn't
There's
learn
something-
anything.
Yeah, and there's some things you probably could have done without, right? Like that didn't teach me a lesson. That was just dumb, you know?
Yeah, but it was fun, dumb.
Okay. No,
Not
but
always.
again,
to his
you're
point.
misremembering.
You're only remembering the fun dumb.
Yes.
You try to block out the other dumb.
The horrible dumb, yes.
And Kimmy, even the fun dumb, they find a way to like remake in their heads why it was cool when in the moment you wanted to dig a hole and bury yourself in it. And by the way,
And that was a hairy hole back then, bro. There was some rough rides back in that day.
Kimmy, the funniest part about this whole thing, you know, kids don't go to bars anymore. They've streamlined the process. They're meeting on apps and banging that way.
I mean, it's just a different way of meeting people.
They don't have to spend the money on the drinks and the dinner. They figured out a better way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Shut
but it was fun going out, smelling like cigarettes, you know, waking up with a headache, going to work. But gas was only like 29 cents a gallon.
Yeah, that go for you. Continuously embarrassing yourself, walking up to strange women when they shot you down immediately.
Yeah.
All right. Look, man, I get it. Making fun
Well,
of.
way to ruin the 70s for me.
What did you? It sucked. You
crapped on-
sucked.
No, the 70s were fun.
Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, like
We had the bicentennial.
You got 3-time gonorrhea 3 times.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
You got that going for you.
3 tours.
Violent crime was higher than it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary now though.
Everybody was on the take. The mob was doing great.
Man, how are we not? Why? Why do we go back?
All your best movies come from the 1970s.
Yeah.
Think about that. All of them.
Again, they're all warning tales that nobody seems to understand. Scarface is awesome. Have you seen Goodfellas? Pretty cool flick, guys. Oh, yeah, they're all dead and in jail. Let's take a break. All right, let's go from insanity to more mature, grown-up stuff.
What happened now?
Well, going to your job every day.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing, man. You know, we've talked about how burnout has affected folks working, and your job knows that. So every once in a while, they want to give you something fun to look forward to.
Okay, what are we getting?
Well, the state of New York is offering something.
Nice.
And here's what we got to figure out. Are we just cynical dicks who look at this stuff and go, ugh? Or is this something that everybody at their job hears about and goes, damn it, I don't want to do this?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. If I told you
What's that?
you're going to not have to work today, you're going to go to work and you're going to do something super fun.
Oh.
That sounds like a great situation,
Yeah.
right? Well, I think in this case, some folks would argue. Because what the state of New York is offering is a reminder to everyone with a job that when your job is dictating the fun, it may not always be fun.
So it's forced fun.
Yes. And when you are forced to have fun
Yeah.
with people you don't normally hang out with, well, it can make that fun not very fun at all.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right in. And this story starts with the Great New York State Fair.
Oh.
Now, it's months away.
Yeah.
But this week, the State Fair wanted businesses across New York to know they are offering corporate outing programs.
Oh, okay. Take the whole gang out to the fair for the day.
You got it. Your
Team building a little bit?
Yeah, your company can rent a space that is yours all day long inside the fair. You can spend money on catering, rides for your employees.
Look at the butter.
You got it. You can take the day, let folks who work for you know how much they mean to you by letting them blow off some steam, hang out with each other, and
Yeah.
just have a good time. And they give a phone number and a website for all the information. It's essentially a work field trip.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is the work field trip fun? State Fair, Seabreeze, Red Wings, Amherst game, right? Whatever it is that your company takes you off-site to go do. It's not a day of work. You're letting your hair down, and you're having a good time with your coworkers. Is that fun?
No, because the boss is always there watching your ass.
Okay.
So a lot of times we've seen these things happen, and these people get sent home before the event even starts.
Okay.
Multiple times we've seen people.
Well, you've seen people. This might have been a little before my time. I feel like you guys got in more trouble back in the day.
Well, we don't do that much anymore.
Well,
right?
yeah,
well,
you
because of
ruined it for
everything that happened.
everybody.
Well, we didn't ruin it. No, we just were witness to everybody else ruining
But
it.
like, it was always a career ender for some people.
No, what are you talking about career? That person was back at work the next day.
Yeah, but they're not here anymore.
Well, okay, yeah, but I think that has more to do with.
Oh, all right. I've never seen it go really well.
Okay, bro, it has gone well. You're just remembering the bad ones. And
There was a few bad ones.
Yeah, there were a few, but there were also ones where there were no incidents.
Yeah,
Did
but
you ever
those-
have fun in any of them?
No, you didn't either.
No, I mean, but again, we're cynical dicks.
Yeah.
Let's turn to the non-cynical dick.
Because you also had to do what they want you to do.
Well,
you can't
okay.
control me, man.
Remember we went to a baseball game one time and it turned into a scavenger
Well,
hunt?
that's the problem. When it becomes like a competition.
You can't watch the game. You can't hang out and
Oh
just
yeah,
have a couple
It's
I'm
beers.
sorry.
little-
Baseball Tommy wants to watch the game.
I wanted to keep score.
Honestly, yeah. Like if you're getting out of work,
Yeah.
like your normal work routine to go relax or do something fun, sure. But when it turns into like something that you have to complete or do during that time, that's when it's more like, all right, this is just work in a different form.
It's a project wrapped in fun.
yeah.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Yes.
But
And I guess if you're giving me the option of not doing work for the day, I'd kind of rather just go home.
Okay. So
You
you
know?
don't want to do the work field trip.
I think there are levels of work field trip, and I would be in on let's just go watch a baseball game, or let's go to let's go to Seabreeze for the day, and you guys can have fun at Seabreeze. But it's when it turns into like a task
Okay.
that I think it becomes more work.
But if you're going to if you're going to have team building, there has to be a task involved.
Why?
Well, that's what they think, right?
Well, I
That's
don't
what
know,
it
but
seems.
isn't just hanging out with your coworkers more team building than we got to go find stuff?
Like I
Because-
gotta play yard games.
Well, here's the problem. If you're just going to go hang out with your coworkers, you're going to hang out with the same coworkers you always hang
Yeah,
out
but
with.
but that's kind of how things go.
Now, team building
And
can
that's not going to change anything
Yeah.
afterwards. I'm still going to gravitate back to
Yeah.
the people I like.
It's not true because there are people where you've ended up in groups with them where you found out they were actually cooler than you thought
Yeah,
they
I
were.
married one and I got divorced. Thanks. Great team building.
I think like these work
Lost
field.
half the house.
No, you kept the house.
I lost
She
that.
lost everything. House, respect.
Let me lose like she lost.
I'm glad you're over it.
Yeah, we split everything down the middle. She took the bigger half.
Oh God.
She got the coal mine and I got the shed.
And there's always people that take it too far and ruin it for everybody.
Okay.
Right.
Look,
You
all
know?
of these things happen.
Oh
But
yeah,
now-
there's also
now
the
I'm just
dicks that take it serious too.
Yeah.
what she just said.
No, but like that serious dick
Yeah.
ruins it.
Like if we're in a team together and somebody, takes full control, takes a lead, well, I'm just following along now. I'm not even participating anymore because I'm not at your level, so you don't want me there anyways.
Yeah, the team's dead.
But counterpoint, you're not working. You're not going to your job and having to
Oh, by
do
the way,
mindless work.
I'm guessing the people have more work to do when they get back because the work didn't stop. Like it's just a
Yeah.
break in the day, so
Yeah.
your work just piled up,
That does happen.
and then you may either have to day later or bust your ass double time the next day?
Sure.
So what's the benefit?
I mean, it's a good question.
And by the way, if like, can you imagine if they did that here? So let's say, all right, they're going to take everybody out to the state fair in Syracuse.
Yeah.
That's also like, what, 2 hours each way?
Yeah. Okay, let's say it was closer. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you were doing something closer. Because you're right. That's a haul.
That's like 4 hours
Yeah.
plus the thing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this move the New York State Fair made yesterday. They're reaching out to businesses to let them know, hey, you can have a corporate outing day with all your work. And we're talking about the World Field Trip. All right. Serious question.
All right, go ahead.
252-WCMF, because I get that all three of us are cynical dicks.
Right.
And I also understand that the job that we have is awesome, and it's better than any out fun day.
Absolutely.
We've all had jobs that we don't like.
Yes.
Right? Before we got here. None of us are qualified to be here. For that real job, the
Yeah.
job that is just mindless and soul-sucking that most people have, you want the work field trip. You want it. Like, we're spoiled. Everybody else wants to go,
All right.
even if there's a scavenger hunt, to an Amerks game, to a Red Wings game, to the state fair, to whatever. You can't tell me that even a scavenger hunt with your coworkers is better than a day of
No,
work.
you're right. I mean, we work with people who really like that stuff.
I will counterpoint that, however. A caveat. When the day when the work field trip happens matters, because if it replaces a day of work, like you go in on a Wednesday and instead you go to the ballpark, that's awesome. If you are forced to do it with all the people you work with on a like Friday night or Saturday,
Yeah. Off work hours.
Pass.
that effing
That's not a work
sucks.
break.
No.
That's not a work field trip.
But I mean, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you'll
That's
have
a
your
scamola.
You'll have your corporate outing, and it's not mandatory, but we'd really love to see you guys here on a Friday night.
Yeah.
or
I know your
Saturday
day's
afternoon.
done already, but please extend it.
Yes. Yeah.
What's that one they do here? The big one. I guess this would qualify that corporate challenge.
The
they
race.
do.
Yeah.
But that's like at night
Yep.
after work.
Yeah.
Why don't you go get exhausted,
No, you're absolutely right. And like
possibly sprain something and come in the next day?
we've been victims of stuff like this on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday where they're like, hey, we can't make you come, but it would really look good if you decided to burn 4 hours of one of your days off to come in and make our boss look really, really
'Cause the
good.
boss is going to be watching.
There is something that companies do who do this don't ever seem to consider.
What is that?
Well, like that day, let's say you go to Seabreeze or the State Fair or a sporting event, whatever. That costs money.
Yeah.
And most of it ain't cheap.
No.
If your staff feels underpaid or some folks just lost their job because of budget constraints, it's a really bad idea to have one of these work fun days
Yeah.
that the company is paying for.
Well, start throwing some pointless money around.
Exactly.
Just buy us lunch.
Thank you.
That
Well,
would
no, but
probably do the same good.
even that, people will be like, oh, you could afford to buy lunch for everybody, but Steve can't work here anymore.
Yeah.
Or, I've been asking for a raise, but everybody's going to get lunch today. Like, everybody in that company, if things are not going well, because
Yeah, you're right.
there's this weird knee-jerk reaction with some companies where, like, if they think morale is low
Yeah.
because of finances or layoffs or whatever, let's have a fun day. And it blows up in their face every time. And
Yes.
maybe they don't talk to their employees, but if you're one of these bosses, they will resent you.
Yeah.
Because every single person there will be thinking, this is how we could have spent the money better. Right?
Yeah. Most people don't want to get dragged someplace that they don't want to go to with their family.
Oh,
Like,
if
how
it's
many
a place
guys-
you wouldn't want to go
right.
outside of work anyway.
Like, I don't want to do this with my own family. I don't want to get dragged to it with people I don't even like or semi-like.
How do you feel though bringing up family? Because some offices will have like family days or family picnics. Because I remember going to a bunch of those as a kid
Samesies,
with
yeah.
my parents. Do those still exist?
I don't know.
Because it seemed like everybody showed up to those.
My parents would take me. My grandpa had one.
Yeah, is that easier? Because you kind of have your kids as a distraction.
I still don't want to do it.
Sucks for your kids.
But would you prefer that over just a work picnic?
Well, no, because I
So
can
now you
take
got to
my
watch your kids.
yeah.
So now you have work, family, you have two obligations,
Yeah.
and a sandwich.
I will say this though, as a kid, I always loved them.
Same.
But your brother
It was
probably
so much
hated it.
fun.
Well, it wasn't my dad. They had like a sheriff's picnic every year. I actually
Yeah.
told you guys I was allergic to horses,
Yeah.
and they had all of the. Oh, I'm sorry. You ready for a sad young
Yeah,
pet
Did you
stuff?
know you were allergic to horses yet at that point?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I'm allergic to horses.
Yeah.
And it was, I forget which, I think it was like Durandis, but whatever. You would go and they would have like all of the hostess
Yeah.
desserts you could eat. So, and like all the soda you could drink. So, like, I, being a fat 6, 7, 8-year-old kid, I'm just housing snowballs and ho-hos and all the
And soda.
All right. So then I get near the horse. They're going to walk you around the horse, one of the police horses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I get on and I start.
But you're on the horse?
I'm on the horse, so I don't feel good for like 1,000 different reasons. And I get off the horse. My
and all that
eyes,
fat jiggling, too.
my eyes are watering. I'm wheezing. I'm full of orange soda and all the Hostess cupcakes you can imagine. And I yacked in front of everybody. And I didn't know any of these other kids. They were all cops' kids. We didn't hang out. So I'm just, my dad's like got me by the scruff of my neck like I'm a Dalmatian. But I still have fond memories.
Those kids all remember you, by the way.
100%.
The kid that puked off a horse.
Puked off a horse.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brad writes us, the worst of these days are the ones your job makes you pay for. Every event we ever go to, they offer a discount ticket, which is just what they get for signing up the group. If we're lucky, they'll buy us a slice of pizza. He's not wrong.
That's super chintz.
He's not wrong about that.
I got to cough it up.
Well, no, like there are some times where it'll be like, Amerks night.
Yeah.
And, here's your discount group ticket.
Yeah, and I bet, but the employee has to pay.
Yeah, I have to pay for
to
it.
participate in this thing you are making me go to.
So I've worked a couple of places where they did
That
this.
blows.
But you do feel obligated to go.
I know, but
right?
you really feel pissed off.
Yeah.
Especially if you ain't got it.
No, you're right. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Skyler. Skyler, you got the last word, buddy. How you doing?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good, brother.
So this happens in the tattoo field. I would take the people that work for me to a tattoo convention. Like Rochester, the one up there, it's too close for me to spend the time and to go set up there. So we just go up there and, just see what everybody else is doing and have a few beers or whatever. And that was really, really fun.
Yeah, no, if I had the opportunity to hang out with you all day, I'm jumping on that, Skyler.
You got it, buddy.
So I'm just
on the
walking
other hand-
around. Hold on. So I'm just walking around watching other people do what I do for a living.
Yeah, because you don't have to do anything. You just can sit back and laugh about that guy sucks or that. Look how bunch she's making. Because that girl, I can't say it on the radio, but it was a girl that her machine was turned up so high you could hear it across the room. And I'm like, I know that's where the girl from Rochester over there. It was fun.
Yeah,
And you can buy
I'm
stuff.
sold.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I know you wouldn't go there because you're just scared to walk in.
He's not
So
wrong
my
about
wife
that.
worked for the state, and the state would offer like a family ticket to Darien Lake,
Okay.
and that sounded like really fun. You're taking your kids to Darien Lake. It was horrible. The lines were longer than any other because every state
Yeah.
worker across the state was there, and it's like, oh yeah, plus you get free lunch. Hey, you stand in line for lunch for 45 minutes while every rude person just walks in front of you. And
Well, they're all state workers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
They got the DMV folks hanging out
They're
the
all
hot dogs.
disgruntled.
Skyler.
It just sounded fun, but it was not fun at all.
All right, well, hey, buddy, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. When did Skyler become an old man? I don't like waiting. All right, let's take a break. This is huge news for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
They have locked down one of their homegrown talent. And not only is this good for on the field, it is also fantastic for the locker room.
Okay.
And not just because this guy's a good dude. I'll explain next here in the break room. On CMF. If you're a Bills fan, they should get you excited.
What's going on?
It's great for on the field, but it may be even better for off the field because when it comes to anyone's job, when
Yeah.
you find out they are taking care of the people who do the right things, makes you want to do the right thing.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We will jump right into it. Yesterday it was announced that Buffalo Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir, who was going into the final year of his contract, has signed a 4-year extension.
Wow.
According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, the deal is for $60 million.
Yeah, damn.
$32 million of that guaranteed, and I believe he's getting $18 million right up front. Bang, bang, boom, here you go, Khalil Shakir. So this is a big deal
Okay.
for a couple reasons. One, Kimmy, if you disagree, tell me.
Okay.
I would argue he is by far your most reliable wide receiver.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He's not flashy.
But
But
he's there in some crucial points.
Every crucial point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He puts his hard hat on. He
Yeah.
goes to work. He makes Josh look good when everything goes to hell. I would argue when it comes to the working class fan base of the Buffalo Bills, he is what we see in ourselves.
And that slot receiver position has played a pretty big role in this Bills offense, it seems like. So you got to have a reliable guy in that spot.
Great point. I think you can also argue, Kimmy, that the turnovers that have come down for Josh Allen over the last couple of years are in direct correlation to Khalil Shakir becoming a better wide receiver.
All right.
I think he's a nice little outlet when things get scary, so Josh doesn't have to force anything in there.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Okay,
He's
great.
the safe hands.
Yes,
So you
exactly.
lock the kid up. Great.
On field, fantastic. But I think this deal done yesterday is more important for the locker room.
Why?
Well, it shows that the Bills are taking care of their own guys.
All right.
Not only is it cheaper to keep the talent you have, as opposed to taking big swings on the free agent market, which a lot of Bills fans want them to do, the Bills do a really good job, Brandon Beane, general manager specifically, of letting everyone else on their roster know if you put in the time, you put in the work, you do your job, you're going to get paid.
All right.
Right, Gimme, they have been fantastic at keeping their talent that they know can
Yeah.
continue to succeed on this roster.
All right. So it's a good thing.
It's a huge, good thing.
All right.
I mean, think about it. Whether you're an NFL player or just like some schmo like the rest of us, when you find out that the people you're working with are getting rewarded for what they do, that matters.
Yeah.
If you find out a coworker got a raise and you're up for something soon, you're more likely to walk through that process than start looking for another job.
Yeah.
Am
yeah.
I wrong?
Yeah. If they're throwing it around. Yeah.
Okay. Here
I mean,
comes
it's good to
negative.
see
Give me
if
some
you're.
of them Khalil dollars. Khalil cash.
Well, he does bring up a point, too, though, because if you feel like you're on the same level as that guy, and maybe you're not,
Okay.
they're going to point to that and say, well, why am I not getting what that guy's getting?
Understood. But I think that guys in the league, most of them, understand the hierarchy. I mean, there are literal numbers you could point to and say, this is why you're going to
Yeah.
pay this guy.
But like bringing it down to our level.
Sure.
I think that's a valid point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, why is he getting? I don't. We do the same thing.
Well, yeah, but no, you don't, though. You don't do the same thing.
Yeah,
You have the same
killing
job.
myself.
You have the same job.
Yeah.
You don't do the same
I think
thing.
everybody's going to want to raise.
So you're telling me
Because
that
you're driving up the price of poussoir.
Because there are some other big names in his draft class that are also probably going to be looking for that type
Payday.
of extension.
No, you're right. And I guess when it's another
poussoir.
company or will you stop saying French version for
Poussoir.
That's not even French.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What
How do you
is
spell it?
Poussoir. Poussoir.
No, I would even argue
Yeah.
that in regular everyday job
Yeah,
people
regular
speak,
Joes,
right?
yeah.
You know who works the hardest where you work. You
But
may not
everybody
want,
thinks they work hard.
you may not want to admit it, but you know who those one or two people are that really go above and beyond. Let me try this again. Everybody but Tommy knows who those one or two people are that go above and beyond. And when you see them get paid, I do think that it is motivation to either continue to do it the right way, the way you're doing it, or maybe to kick it in a high gear to
All
get
right.
what they have.
Take that extra step.
Well, yeah.
Go that extra mile.
You know, we were just talking about motivating employees with like vacation, fun work days, right? I've always argued the more money there is to be thrown around, that's the motivator.
Okay.
And if you reward the people that are doing it the right way, that's going to get me to work.
Give me your best work.
Yeah.
Is this your best work?
Pay the people who do their best work. That makes people do their best work.
But you don't see that, and I guess it would, in different circumstances, people might view this a different way, but especially in this case, you look at that guy, you're like, well, they blew it all on him, so there's probably nothing left for me.
I mean, I get you.
You know?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from there. Look, there's no perfect science.
No, there isn't.
Way to blow up my theory here. Bills
No,
are great.
no.
Yeah, let me tell you why this sucks.
You try. You could try.
Handing out the Khalil cash, as you put it. By the way, it took you 2 runs. 2 runs at Khalil.
It's a hard word to say.
Khalil?
Khalil.
Khalil.
Name?
It's very hard.
Khalil.
Well, you say it all the time. I don't. Khalil.
Khalil Shakir.
Khalil.
Khalil
Khalil.
Shakir, who, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN, again signed a 4-year, $60 million extension with the Bills. Yesterday, $32 million of that is guaranteed. All right, so you got your slot receiver locked up for the next 4 years. That's good. James Cook, the running back, we talked about this. He wants his money. He wants a lot of money. That's a potential question mark.
Yeah.
You got to pay Terrell Bernard, the linebacker. Russell Douglas is a free agent this season.
All these guys are going to get rich if they stay. If they stay.
No. So the argument's going to be made that, the defense as a whole performs well. If you leave, much like you argue for the break room, things go poorly. And actually what helps the Bills also is almost every single Bills player, they cut those 7, key players, had terrible seasons after they left Buffalo.
Oh.
Gabe Davis, former wide receiver,
They
disappeared.
disappeared.
Yep, Mitch Morse had a rough season. Tremaine Edmonds, the linebacker, had a really rough season in Chicago. If I'm a Bills,
Even if they had a decent season, you didn't hear about them.
if I'm a Bills player right now that looks at that and has the opportunity to stay for a little bit less or go make money, I mean, depending on where you're.
I think if you got an agent, he's going to go make money.
Some folks.
But if you want to win, are you willing to take that money on a potentially terrible team? And yeah, you're getting paid, but probably no shot at the playoffs.
The only former Bill of those big 7 that got cut last season to make the playoffs was Stephon Diggs, and he was injured for the last, 8 weeks of the season.
Right.
Everybody else missed the playoffs.
Right.
For the first time in their career, or at least for them as long as they were in Buffalo.
So are they going to pay Cook?
I don't know.
Because he was major, man.
Yeah, but he also had the best offensive line in the NFL. I like James
But
Cook.
can't you say that for most running backs?
No.
When they have all those when they produce that many touchdowns?
I mean, look, I love James Cook.
But now you sound like the boss man. Well, James, you had a good year, but you had a lot of good men in front of you, son.
Yes.
I just don't think you're our type.
You only
We also
have.
You don't
other
have the
running backs,
legs.
fill in here and there that also looked pretty good
Yeah.
when they were in there.
Ty
I
Johnson
don't
won
know.
them the
Yeah.
Lions game. He's a free agent, by the
All right.
way. And
we play more than one game.
Ray Davis looked great when James Cook wasn't there.
Well,
Look,
that's 2 guys.
I like James Cook. I don't $15 million a year, which is what he wants, like James
Right.
Cook. That
That's
would
the
make
tough
him.
part.
So you think he
You
ain't
want to
worth
do
it.
what you can to keep them, but
ain't
if you can't afford them, you
He's
can't
not,
afford them.
He's not worth $15 million. He's worth 12 and a half.
So you think he may be gone?
Well, he's got one more year left on his contract.
Oh.
He could hold out. That's what running
Yeah.
backs normally do to protect themselves, which I
Yeah.
get. I want James Cook to get paid, but if you're asking me if I'm the general manager of the Bills,
You ain't giving him 15
I
mil?
can't. You can't.
That didn't even sound like that much money when you hear all this other money getting thrown
Well,
around.
running
It's a
back.
lot for a running back.
Yeah,
right?
he would be the second highest paid running
Okay.
back. I mean, running back has become a devalued position.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, they get banged up. Their careers are shorter. They fall off a cliff at 28, 29 years
I
old.
guess that's where you got to go make your money.
Okay,
You
well-
can't be sticking around
Yeah.
for another year of, here comes Kansas City and go home.
You know I'm always pro-labor. You know that.
Yeah.
But if I'm the one spending the money here, 12.5 looks good.
Oh, look at the boss man now.
Well, I'm just saying. I've only got so much money to
Union
spend.
busting Pat.
Let's take a break. All right. So earlier this week, around this time, we talked about where you learn to be a parent,
Yeah.
right? And how you learn to be a parent and who could give you advice that you'd actually listen to. And we discovered nobody.
Yeah.
You just think you got it all figured out. And I guess when you are in the process of being a parent, especially when your kids hit the teenage years, it's trial and error.
Yeah.
I thought I discovered something brilliant
Oh,
because my oldest daughter is now into boy time.
okay.
And it was a moment I was dreading. It is now
Sure.
here. And I'm doing everything I can to hold on for dear life
Yeah.
to make sure that I am arming my daughter with the information she needs to not, how do I put this?
Navigate boys.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And I shared with Kimmy, because I was so proud of myself, what I thought I had figured out.
Okay.
And Kimmy responded.
Yeah, she was crushing your ass.
Well,
Like in
wouldn't have
real
worked
time.
for me. It actually probably would have done the opposite of what you intended to do.
We'll get into it. And we'll do it next here at the break room. Let's see you, Matt. You know what's not fun?
Hanging out with you?
No, I'm fun.
Oh, you're a ton of fun.
Dad's your
well,
first,
you were a ton of fun.
Dad's your first question. No. Your kid's starting to date. That's not what's not fun.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal.
Especially if you have girls.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of days ago, we talked around this time about where you can learn how to be a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. With this specific thing, there is no expert on this. And even though I think I've come up with a genius plan, someone in this room thinks, and I quote, it's the worst idea she's ever heard.
Yeah,
Pretty
she was
cruel.
you were shooting her down.
What do you
She
mean
was
it's
shooting you down.
cruel? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. My 14-year-old, my daughter, my oldest, is fully into boy time.
Yeah.
Right? So, as far as I know, there has not been an official boyfriend yet.
Yeah.
But she's been on, like, some dates, or as the
Okay.
kids call it, talking.
Yeah.
Talking. And I've met a few of these kids, and I've been fortunate enough so far in our relationship that she feels comfortable sharing stuff with me. So on Sunday, she had a hockey game. It was just me and her. I took her out there to Fairport. We got a 30-minute car ride home back to West Henrietta, just the two of us.
All right, nice.
And she starts telling me about this boy that she likes.
Yeah.
And I have a new mission
What's that?
when she brings up a boy that she likes. To make fun of them mercilessly to her face.
To mock her love interest.
Yes, you got it. Yeah, because here's the thing. I have one very specific talent. It's actually a talent that we share. We can rip apart human beings verbally in ways they do not understand.
Okay.
They never see it coming, right? It's like, what was that, Salt Bay guy? He just got a knife and wa-cha-cha, wa-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
And that's something you should definitely do to a teenage kid.
Well, look, okay, here's the thing. When she shows me, like, a new boy she has a crush on or a boy that she, like,
Sucks,
texted.
nerd. Hate him. You turn into a high school child.
I'm not, no. Kimmy, I am disappointed that you don't think I'd be better than sucks nerd. Okay, I want to be
You
clear.
get deeper than that, which is even worse.
I do. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
It is nothing personal against these boys. They all seem like really nice
boys.
kids, yes. But I am doing my best to ruin them. I'm making fun of the way they are posing in pictures that my daughter shows me. I'm making fun of the activities that they do.
In these pictures, yeah.
I am making fun of the things that they are saying to my daughter.
Yeah.
And I'm crushing it, bro. You be howling with
I'm
some
sure
of these
I
sets
would.
I got going on.
It's for you and you only.
And again, I'm probably not the best example.
No, but
I shouldn't be the canary in the coal mine.
Here's the thing. My 14-year-old always laughs about it. Like, I always get her to giggle about it.
But
and
now it's personal.
Well, but here's the thing. I think part of the reason why she continues to show me this stuff is she enjoys the jokes that I make.
Okay.
Because she would stop
All right.
if it bothered her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
And
like, what's her reation in the moment when you're doing
so
it?
she'd be like, oh, you don't even know. But she's laughing while she's doing it. So, like,
All
it's
right.
like our little thing that
All
we
right,
have.
so it's not tense.
No.
Okay.
No. And I guess my logic here
yeah.
is if there is someone that she really likes, like a boy she really likes, eventually me crushing them will not work. That she will be so into them or there'll be something that she likes about them so much that I, as her dad, could not crush them enough where she's not interested.
All right.
And I was all proud of myself on Monday, and I go, Kimmy, I think I figured out fatherhood. And I come in after the show, and I tell her everything I just told you guys. And you looked me in the face and said,
Okay, first of all, it went beyond that. But my first thought,
we'll get to the other one.
My first thought was, like if my dad told me reasons why like he didn't like somebody, I don't think that would make me not like that person. What would make me not like that kid is if all my dad had to say was, he reminds me a lot of myself when I was a teenager.
A young me.
Okay.
Instant ick. Instant ick.
Wow.
I was done.
Don't even add water.
Goodbye.
Instant ick. Worst cereal of all time.
Instant ick. Yeah, I was done because now all I think of when I think of that kid is my dad.
Okay.
That's not a bad strategy.
Okay.
Like that, for me personally, if you had gone the opposite way, that would have ruined it.
I think my daughter's too smart for that. I mean, I get that, Kimmy, you were a
but I think
dumb teenager.
No, because I think my dad actually thought that, and that's what it was.
So he could sell it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't be able to sell that. I know I'm nothing like these kids, right? I get that kids are much different than I am.
Well, yeah, they're getting good grades. They're focused.
Oh, look who's talking over
They're
there.
running their goddamn mouth
Sorry,
all day.
Menza Mule. You're going to start running
Ooh,
his
I like
mouth.
that.
Shut up.
Can you buy that?
Can you buy Menza?
Yeah, can I get a Mensa?
What are you you're an idiot.
Like a degree, like say I'm a Mensa Mule.
Yeah.
I think if your daughter started liking a kid that you saw yourself in. Like, this kid is me as a teenager. You wouldn't kind of.
Okay, you're asking the wrong question.
Not encourage it, but like be a little bit proud.
But she would have to see that
I'm
kid.
saying you would have to point it out.
But you would have to. But she would have to see something that would, in that boy,
that reminds her of me.
Yeah,
Okay.
especially at that age.
I will
like
say,
he'd have to be fat and have crooked teeth.
He loves hockey
and chain smoke.
Wow! Ow!
You were the triple threat.
I will say this,
What?
and I have never said anything more sincere into a microphone than what I'm saying right now. If I see a kid that actually reminds me of me, that my daughter likes, I will never mercilessly make fun of a kid more than I will that kid. I do not want my daughter going anywhere near any boy that was like me when I was a teenager. That will be the one that gets it the worst. You know what I'm saying, man.
He would have to have a mouth like a 390 guardrail. I mean, right now. Full of slush.
Sitting on that for 90 seconds.
Full of debris, rust.
So you're telling me, Kimmy, as a former teenage girl, that I am doing this absolutely wrong.
Yeah, because
She makes
I mean,
sense.
I don't think I would have cared if my dad made fun of the kid that I was dating.
You say you would embrace him more.
I don't even know if I would embrace him more, but I'd be like, okay, you're supposed to say that. You're dad.
Okay, but I think there's a difference between a dad, which I get where you're coming from. If a dad's like, that's a bad boy, or you stay away from that boy, or
No,
he's
not
he's
even
like,
that. But if my dad was like mocking him, okay, Dad, you don't know what's cool, so shut up.
But again, I think you're underestimating, because you don't appreciate it, because you get it on a daily basis,
Yeah.
how great Tommy and I are
Yeah,
at
but-
doing this.
but-
We have
but
no
but
discernible
you
skills
think-
but this.
But you think you're hilarious. Your daughter doesn't.
She's laughing. She's laughing while I'm doing it.
She's laughing, so you shut up.
I was on fire, man. I was so good. I had to bring an opener into the car. He's gonna do 15 up front, and he's gonna bring me on.
Like she knows that
got Billy's number?
you don't know.
I said 15.
She knows that you don't know what cool is for her. Like you're not cool.
I'm Kimmy.
You're not cool to her.
I'm pretty cool. She still talks to me. I'm cool enough where she talks
well,
to
you're
me.
her dad. She's gonna talk to you, but you're not cool.
So if I'm not cool, okay. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong, even though I think you're wrong. I'm just saying, give me a better way than he reminds me of me, because I think she's going to figure that out immediately when every boy that she shows me, and I go, oh, he reminds me a lot of me.
But they haven't really dated or anything yet, really. I mean, this is all just kind of puppy love. Right?
Again, it's a more complicated system than we had when we were kids.
Yeah.
There was not an official boyfriend. There was like hanging out in groups. There was like texting.
Had they
one another.
even hung out together yet?
This new one, I don't believe so.
Right.
Yeah, she just likes him. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I, as far as I was concerned, figured out a brilliant way to keep my daughter from liking boys that she likes, and we have a
Mockery.
Yes. 30 minutes on the way home the other day, she showed me this new boy she likes, and I just destroyed him. And I do this every single time. And she keeps showing me, so she must not be that offended.
Yeah.
And by the way, none of them have stuck, so my system is working pretty good.
So you know.
Thanks a lot for that.
Saying.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Wow, what is it that Jeremy calls you? A dick? Oh my God, Pat, it's going to backfire on you.
Why?
Because there's going to come a time when your daughter really truly realizes you are not funny, and the more that you try to be funny, the more she's going to go behind your back and not tell you anything.
Okay,
She doesn't want to hear your stand up anymore.
No, look,
I'm not even going to tell Dad about
the
this
whole
guy
town was
'cause I
kind of
don't-
on that.
I don't want to hear about it.
Kind of had a vote.
Bro, I had a
'Cause you're- 'cause when
I
you
had a
get
tight
going-
HBO 10.
When you get going, you're relentless, right?
Yes.
Like
Oh,
there's no subtle like mockery. You're gonna do a full set, and she's not gonna want to hear it anymore.
I was doing callbacks 5 hours later. I was lighting this kid up so good on Sunday, crushing him. And again, he seems like a really sweet kid. I'm just, it is my job to be the Berlin Wall in this situation. I mean, Christine, what do I do then? What do I do?
But I want to ask you the question. Okay, so you've crushed this kid behind his back. What happens when you do this to the kid's face and he crushes you?
Now, here's the thing. I am too much of a gentleman and a coward to do it to the kid's face. And again, it's nothing personal.
And the kid ain't got it.
But look, if I have met... Go ahead.
Until your daughter lets it slip. Oh, wow, my dad said you were this. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to destroy that friendship that she's got with this person.
Yeah, you
You're
always got bad reviews.
horrible.
Oh no, now my daughter doesn't talk to this boy that she likes. Oh, Christine, what have I done? What have I done to myself?
You've destroyed a relationship that, you know, she comes to you in confidence, kind of thinking you might be a cool dad, and like Jeremy says, you become a dick.
But she
So-
keeps coming to me, so she
Yeah.
must be
Well,
cool
for now,
with it. Okay, all right.
For now, it's going to get old.
Christine,
So what does he
It's going to
do?
get old.
So what does Pat do?
Pat doesn't do nothing. Just try to be nice. I know that's like not even a bone in your body can be nice, but oh my God, because what's going to happen is she's going to do it behind your back, and you're never going to know nothing.
But that's going to happen regardless. By the way, 2 no nothings in there. It's going to happen
No
regardless.
nothing.
Not know nothing.
It's going to happen. I mean, look, I had sisters. I had friends. I understand how this stuff goes. So as long as I can
it's your
keep her
daughter.
smiling,
It's your daughter. It's different between father and daughter.
What I'm
But hey, you keep doing you, and you know, maybe it'll cost you $350 hockey stick just to get her on your good side.
Christine, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. I love parents breaking down bad parenting. Because when parents break down parenting,
Yeah.
right, every parenting thing they've ever done,
Yes.
brilliant. Brilliant.
Well, I think she's giving you credit in that you have an open relationship with your daughter now, and you can communicate well. But if you keep doing this, maybe you won't in the future.
Well, here's the other thing, and this is my backup plan. It's a multi-level foundation.
Yeah.
All right. As I'm telling you guys, 252 WCMF, I was all proud of myself. I have this new system I'm using with my 14-year-old daughter. The boys have showed up. And when she shows me a boy that she likes or that she's like talking to, I mercilessly make fun of them. And
Yeah.
not in like a way that would like
Yeah.
destroy them, right? But like, and again,
No, you never do that.
nothing personal. They all seem like really sweet kids. I've met a couple of them. They were really nice guys.
Right.
But my
You
goal.
destroy them without making it personal.
So this one kid, she showed me the picture on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
And the picture is him like looking off. He takes a selfie. And he's
Yeah.
in somebody's car. And he's like looking off in the distance with his mouth open. Like, it's like one of those kids like, ugh.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is he? You got a neck injury? So then I started like taking things in my car, like tying it around my neck, like I was doing an impression of him coming out of traction. And then I started asking if his car drives sideways because that's the way he has to look. Typical 14. You got to know your audience, Kimmy.
Yeah.
It was a 14-year-old room, and I was dynamite.
All right.
Crushing it.
That's good.
But the backup thing,
Yeah.
is the multiple foundation. I also need to make sure that my daughter knows all boys lie. Because all boys lie,
Yes.
right? And I've shared with my oldest all the lies I used to tell girls when I was younger to
Right.
try and impress them, including the fibs I told her mother
Yeah.
when we first met.
But you would make a decent living.
That's actually one of the lies I told my mom. No. I mean,
All right, so boys will not tell you the truth.
yes, they will never tell you the truth when they are
They're
trying to
scheming little
impress you.
scumbags.
And Kimmy, every teenage girl needs to know
Okay,
that every
you can
teenage
t-
boy,
you can shout
they're
that from the
liars.
rooftops.
Liars!
Shout it from the rooftops. Boys are gonna lie. You know what she's gonna do? Keep dating boys, and she's gonna. You learn that the hard way. It's just the way life goes.
But
you learn that boys lie the hard way. Even if you go into it knowing all this information, you're gonna have to. You can't just avoid relationships because all boys lie.
Yeah, because she'll think like he's one of the good ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have to say he's one of the good ones, he's never one of the good ones.
I know.
No, but I think there's a difference, again, because you're comparing your father's parenting to modern parenting. I am being upfront with my daughter.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I was a good boy, these boys are bad.
Yeah.
I am letting my daughter know I did these things. You are now armed with the enemy's playbook. This is what I did. Be aware.
All right.
It is my job to make sure she's not gullible. That is every father's job with his daughter.
Okay.
Right. But my point is, she's gonna run into this situation and have to navigate it on her own.
I understand. I'm just trying to give her as many weapons as possible walking into that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wrong?
No, but I mean, if she thinks she's like in love or infatuated with this kid, to Kimmy's point,
Yeah.
she's not hearing.
In
it.
one ear and out the other.
Okay.
You know how it goes.
Again, you guys
You
haven't.
get zeroed in on something.
Nobody avoids this in life. You can have even people who will preach this information to other people get into terrible relationships. They don't even follow their own advice.
Understood.
Have you talked to other like dads? Like your dad?
Yeah.
Well, he raised 2 daughters.
Yeah.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah,
he's not like you. He's got a good zinger here and there.
Wasn't so funny when my youngest sister was 15. That wasn't a funny moment.
Oh, anyway, but past that.
Other than that thing. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So, I got 2 sort of points for you. Obviously, your daughter knows you very well. She knows that this is your shtick, that you just talk about people, and obviously you're going to say the bad things. So she knows that that's just what you do, and so I don't think that's really going to work in your favor.
Okay, so what do I do then, Ben?
My other point is, you said that they seem like it seems like good boys and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as good as a teenage boy can be.
Which ain't good.
Yeah, exactly. So why push her away from them and possibly to a bad one?
Well,
yeah, that's a great point. You don't know what's coming next.
But I'll counterpoint that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you say it seems like a good guy, it's like, I mean, as you know, teenage boys are not the best.
No, but that's the point I'm making. Let me counterpoint you there, Ben. And I get why logically in your head that makes sense, right? Some would even say, ooh, good point, like Kimmy just did. But here's what the Kimmys of the world don't understand.
What's that?
Right? Because she was.
Please tell me what I don't understand about your daughter's potential dating life.
You were a teenage girl.
Yes,
Here's
I
what you
was.
don't get. Ben.
When did that start?
Yep.
When I was young, Tommy, you knew me as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Scumbag.
Flappy Jacks.
Flappy Jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Parents loved me, Ben. I was very charming. I could walk into a room, and I could look at a mother and a father, and I had a firm handshake, and I could talk my ass off, and they loved me. So just because Exactly. Just because, Ben, I looked like a good kid.
And asked you doesn't mean they loved
No,
you.
because
They
there were
just
some
being polite.
There were some that were asses, and I still hear
I love how you think none of those dads saw right through
They
your
may
ass.
have. The point I'm making is I'm aware that teenage boys know how to play
Put
the
on
game.
the front.
Yes, so Ben, just because I think they look like good kids doesn't mean they're actually good kids, Ben. That's all I'm saying.
But I mean, if you were, you can tell probably because you were, like you said, a scumbag. So
All right.
All right.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy.
Recognize scumbags.
Have a good rest of the day. Look, it is my. I'm sorry, Kimmy. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I would be a little bit fearful of interfering too much because, to Ben's point, like, you don't really know what these kids are like. So you don't know if, like, you're scaring off a good one for a bad one.
You're right. Look, that is a valid point. That is a valid point. But I will say this. All right. It is so easy to criticize when you are not the one standing in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Monday morning quarterback.
Do it all the time.
I am doing my best to try and be a modern dad.
Yeah.
And I get that part of growing up is a little bit of freedom. And I don't want to be this dad that locks my daughters in a tower, doesn't allow them to contact the outside
Yeah,
world.
it don't work.
But at the same time, they will always be my little girl.
Yeah.
And I think over the last couple of years, I have come to the conclusion that if you have daughters, the most important thing you have to do is make sure they're not gullible.
Okay.
And I understand that
They
that's
don't buy the boy BS.
Yes, I know any of it. Like, look. I get that that's a tall task, and you're right. Eventually, everybody figures it out on their own. But I do have to try and take an axe and chip that tree the best that I can.
Yeah,
no,
the smooth talking scumbag.
Smooth talking scumbag. I don't know. I just love, Kimmy. I was a girl one time. Let me tell you how this works. Like, you tell me I'm out of touch. You are nowhere near teenagers.
Never said I'm in. I know that I'm not cool. You don't.
But I am cool. I'm closer.
No parent was cool.
I'm pretty cool. Everyone's like, oh, my God.
You might be cooler than other parents, but that doesn't make you cool.
Wow, that was a mean thing to say about the other parents. 252 WCMF, my new system to keep my daughter from dating at 14 years old is she'll show me like a picture or a boy she likes, tell me all about him, and I will then mercilessly make fun of that.
You just
boy.
heckle together the whole time.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like our thing.
It's got to be fun.
30
I don't
minutes.
even know if you're doing this for a purpose or you just enjoy doing it.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I started doing it for a purpose, but I do enjoy it.
You get into a rhythm.
Yeah. You know how it is, man. You're just in the zone. Bang,
It just starts popping.
It's like when there's a bachelor party in the front row. Yeah, it's too easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. 252 WCMF. Let's wrap it up with Lynn. Hello, Lynn. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Okay, 2 points for you, my friend. The lesbians of the world would like to thank you for giving your daughter daddy issues.
Okay.
And so thank you for that. And also, your intimidation and the tactics that you're using is a little bit gross and sexist. And also...
Wait, hold on. I am interested in what you have to say.
You have to explain, Lynn.
Yes, what do you mean by sexist, Lynn?
Okay, because you're using intimidation tactics to gain control over a female.
Work for the
Instead
mob.
of just trusting her, Pat.
For the
14-year-old
mafia,
girl.
I understand. We've been there. We've all been teenagers. We know that it's no good sometimes. And you're right. You have to warn of some dangers. I get that. But like I said, you're intimidating and controlling just so that you could, win something? I don't know what it is.
Well, I mean, it would be keep my daughter from this. By the way, going back to your first point, if she's a lesbian, that's the best case scenario here. I got nothing to worry about.
That's an assumption.
You think so?
Well, no, I mean, no, I understand.
Think about lesbians.
I understand it would be a tougher run for my daughter. I meant from a father's perspective of what I'm worried about here, Lynn.
No, what I'm saying to you is that you think it's all puppies and rainbows and girls are, not doing the same things that boys are. They are.
Okay, I get it. But in my defense there, hold on. In my defense, you guys do have a lot of rainbows when I see you at the parade. I'm just saying when you bring up the rainbows.
Well, you have a point there. But also, stop crying wolf. If you're going to put down the good ones, what's going to happen when there's a bad one?
I get it, but I don't know where the good ones and the bad ones are, Lynn. What am I supposed to do? I'm just a father with my hands in the air trying to protect my baby girl, Lynn.
I know, but I'm telling you to back off because you're going to have major problems.
All right. Right, Lynn, wait, hold on. I want to back up 1 second.
Go.
Because Lynn said that my move, my intimidation tactics, my controlling tactics over my 14-year-old daughter is going to push her into the world of lesbianism.
No, is Lynn a lesbian?
No, that's not. That was just an option.
That's what you said, Lynn.
I don't think that's what she meant.
You did say it, Lynn. That did come out of your mouth.
But Lynn is a lesbian, right?
Hey, Lynn is a lesbian, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Lynn also refers to herself in the third person.
Okay. I like a little arrogance.
No. I am a lesbian, and let me tell you, as a group, we all have daddy issues. So thank you, Pat.
But I kind of assume, Lynn,
for keeping our group strong.
Lynn, but
how come you never put that on the banners?
Well, it is in the handbook. You guys just don't know about it.
Okay, Lynn, I always assumed, and I don't mean
secret
this.
Society.
This is going to sound bad, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Listen.
I always assume that every woman has some kind of daddy issues because every man is going to make a mistake raising their children.
Right.
It's just
and men don't know how to deal with women in general.
Well, parent issues in general.
Yes, I 100% agree, especially when they're constantly intimidating them and trying to control them.
Hey, Lynn.
Not a good move, my friend.
Hey, Lynn, hold on. Do you have? Are you with somebody right now? You got a partner?
No, yes, I do.
Okay, let me tell you something. Now, I know you love this person and they're for you, but if you sent me their picture and I made fun of them for half an hour, you would be rolling laughing. I'm telling you, that's how good I've been at this, Lynn.
Yeah, but she's a kid. She's thinking, she's just allowing you to control because you get some sort of sick joy out of it. So she's trying to make you happy.
Okay. All right, Lynn, you've really opened my eyes here, both to my daughter and to the world of lesbians, and I really appreciate it.
Well, anytime, I'm here for you.
Thank you.
So, have a wonderful day.
You too.
Because now I'm starting to think like how my father treated my sister.
Yeah.
And how bad it was.
Okay.
And like it screwed her up forever. Like I wonder like.
So are you comparing the two?
Well, because that's where my mind goes. Because that's my one vision of a father handling a daughter. Like he just made her life miserable.
But here's the thing: that's what I'm trying not to do here. I'm not telling my daughter you cannot go out. I'm not telling my daughter
My father was just like shut it down.
I don't want to be that guy.
And then she ended up marrying the first guy she ever met.
So we've already we've passed that. Yeah. So I've succeeded in that.
And maybe my sister would have been a lesbian if things were different.
I don't know if you're trying to be progressive right now.
Or they would have thrown her back.
It's not
back in the day, back in the day.
It's like, okay.
No, but no, thanks.
I think
we're all full over here. Okay,
I think we've reached our most brilliant conclusion. What if my sister would have been a lesbian?
Right.
All right, let's take a break.
Maybe she could have been happier.
We have found the airport where you are most likely as a Rochesterian to run into some issues, and I don't mean with the planes. I'm talking with the stuff you're bringing.
Wait, a particular airport?
Yes, a specific one.
But not ours.
No. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Gotta watch out.
What's that?
Head on a swivel. You don't want to get ripped off.
No.
And even in one of the most secure places you can be in, period.
They ripping me off?
Well, yeah, because for all the security at this place, like it is amazing how this last part is a complete oversight.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I have in front of me an article, and here's the quote: "The most lawless airports in America."
Lawless.
Now, when they say lawless, I think what they're talking about is the likelihood your bags get ripped off after you land.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing. They start listing them. Number 1 is L.A. Not a lot of flights from Rochester to L.A. unless you're going to L.A., so we don't have to really worry about that. Number 2 is Dallas. Same thing.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to Dallas, you're not really transferring. However, the most likely airport you are to have a problem in flying out of Rochester would be the third on the list. Atlanta.
Oh.
Hartsfield, is that what it's called?
Yeah, and I think that's the busiest airport in the country or maybe the world.
Let's go with it.
Yeah.
Let's go with it.
So are they saying, like, the people that are handling my luggage getting into it?
I think they're saying both. Not only the people that are handling your luggage, but people that are hanging out.
Going out to the baggage. Okay,
yeah.
and grabbing. All right.
There it is. So as a Rochester flyer, where your bags are most likely to get swiped is at the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, according to this story. So something to keep in mind.
Okay.
Next time you jump a flight and you got to transfer through Atlanta
But
or
what do I
land.
do?
That's just it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like much.
If I have to check my bag,
Right.
I'm usually if I'm gonna put all my valuables in my carry-on anyway.
I guess with modern technology, the idea would be drop an AirPad in your suitcase, or excuse me, what do you call that thing?
AirTag.
AirTag, thank you.
But even that just tells me it's gone.
Yeah, but at least I know where it is.
Because they're going to rip that tag off and be, done with it. They know what they're looking for.
Now, you can sew them into the suitcase so they don't know
really-
they're there.
I guess you could find a way to hide it in there.
There are also more modern suitcases here where there's a hidden pouch where you can stick an AirTag.
Okay.
Or even suitcases that have that technology already built in, but you got to charge the suitcase. So, if that's something you're worried about, that would be a smart idea. Tag your bag so you know where it is.
Yeah, if I have valuable crap.
Well, here's the thing. It's not even about valuable. Like, if you go on a trip and you got like a week's worth of clothes, what am I doing now? Because now I got to buy a week's worth of clothes when I get there.
Got to go shopping.
That's where you're really out of luck.
So it is pretty amazing.
What's that?
That in today's day and age,
right,
at the airport, that we're still going by the old, just grab whatever bag you think is yours rules at the baggage claim.
Yeah.
Because the security in every other inch of the airport is higher than any other place you will go.
Yes.
Right? Like, I literally have to derobe to get into this area.
Yeah.
I am paying $20 for a breakfast sandwich. There are officers everywhere. Anything that is the least bit suspicious could shut the whole airport down. And then you walk out of there, and it's just like, you like this bag? It's yours now.
Yeah, you can.
How does that happen?
I don't know how else you could do it, though. I mean, like, because you would have to physically have somebody standing there looking, because they give you luggage tags, but nobody ever looks at them.
That's what I mean. What's the point of
So
even
you would
doing
have
the
to
luggage
it would be like when you leave BJ's and everybody's got to, like, wait for that guy.
No, I get that would be more complicated and time-consuming, but it is weird that they don't do that now.
I guess because they don't want to hold you up, because people would be screaming, man, especially when you land and you got, like, a million things to do. Like I got to go get a rent-a-car, or my ride's here, and now I'm 20 more minutes standing in line holding my bag.
Understood. But counterpoint to that, I mean, that sounds like a bad idea until your stuff gets swiped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you would know immediately if your stuff was, because the other thing that sucks about having like a suitcase or a bag swiped is you'll stand at that carousel for 30 minutes waiting for that bag to come down the little thing.
Yes.
And it ain't there.
Yeah.
Like, I guess the question becomes, how many bags have to go missing before the airports and airlines finally decide this is what we're going to do? Because that's what it would take.
Have you ever had to go get your bag because it got misplaced?
I have been fortunate enough not to do that.
So when you go to that area, and it happened to us in Philly, oh my God, how many side bags they had piled in there.
Yeah.
It was a mountain. They had a room, it was like a warehouse.
No kidding.
Yeah, and to sift through to go get my bag. And I had the tag, but it got misplaced because our flight got canceled.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe this place.
So do people just lose their bags and say, F it, I'm going to find
Or
new
they
stuff?
come back, or, let's say.
Or the suitcase made it there and they didn't.
Yes.
Something,
good call.
Yeah.
You know, there is a store in, I believe it's in Arkansas.
Yes.
And it's one of the coolest ideas ever. This company buys, so, the airport will hold on to your bag for 30 days, something like that. And then after that, they will sell the suitcases and all of the contents
I've seen this.
to this company. And it's one store in all of America. It's massive. And inside, it's all the stuff that they've bought from these airlines. So it's
Buy it as is.
Yeah, racks of clothing,
Because
technology.
you don't know what's in there, right?
So a couple of years ago, well, you're not buying the suitcase. They have it out on display.
okay.
So they take it out and they price it. and they've found some really weird things. Like one of the heads, the Ninja Turtles movies?
Yeah.
One of the heads for the Ninja Turtles movies from the early 90s showed up in a suitcase.
Like one of the props.
Yeah, like the one you
The
put on your
mask.
head.
Oh,
like
wow. They got
mask.
an original one.
And they had it, and
Those
it was
things
for
were
sale.
intense.
Got to be worth a fortune.
Very creepy looking.
I think there was also a puppet from the movie Troll
Oh.
that ended
Yeah.
up in one of these places.
By
But
the
yeah,
way, they got to find a ton of dirty stuff. Because, like you would bury it in your luggage.
but it's going through the x-ray. They're going to see you got a dildo in there.
Yeah, but they're not going to stop it. I mean, you can get a quality used dildo. There ain't nothing better than an Arkansas dildo.
There ain't nothing better than an Arkansas dildo was one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
Ain't nothing better than an Arkansas dildo. But I'd wipe it clean first, son. It's going to taste like grits.
Why would you? That's not where it goes.
That's the problem.
Why was it in grits in the first place?
Well, everything goes good with grits in Arkansas.
I was eating grits with my dildo is my second favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Eating grits with my dildo, brother. I got thrown out of that Waffle House, but I'll try another.
You got there.
Yeah.
And I'm impressed.
Well, there's so many Waffle Houses.
You were saying, Kimmy?
Have you ever been flown with a group where only one person's suitcase didn't make it? I
Yes.
never understand how that happens.
It was called the old show.
Like, we all got on this flight together. What
But it was
happened to
always
your
that
bag?
person that always lost stuff on top of that.
Is it something they're doing with their suitcase?
It
Yeah,
has
they
to
double
be.
checking it. It just never makes the flight. I don't know.
Yeah. But it's always that person that's always like disheveled and doesn't have their crap
Yeah.
together at the airport.
Honest question. If the later you are for a flight, does that increase the likelihood that your
Maybe.
bag doesn't make it?
Well, I'm guessing you're getting rushed, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it can miss that connection.
All right, so there you go.
Like you got on, but your bag didn't.
Yeah. All right, well, if you're going to Atlanta, there's nothing you could do
No.
except for putting an air tag in your bag.
If you're in Arkansas, check out them dildos.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow
Them
next
dildos.
here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapparoo.
Howdy, old hump day, Rapparoo.
For a Wednesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. All the bitch voices from all week long. Also, I think we're going to do, it's Bitch Voice Theater because you have forgot why you're excited. Your second.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited.
5 tracks.
We should all be excited.
Another edition of Tracksuit.
Tracksuit Tommy.
Apparently it's only going to get better, so.
So last Thursday, he wore his Amsterdam imported gray tracksuit.
Yeah, kind of a standard.
You looked ridiculous.
Yeah.
But you said that was the most muted of all the tracksuits.
That was the tamest of the suits.
Okay.
They kind of go up.
There are patterns and colors that we're not even ready for.
Colors, patterns, designs, not even like your traditional tracksuit.
Oh.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
You'll see.
You'll see.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
get ready to jump on early to our live stream at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, and get a load of Tracksuit Thomas. So we'll get that, and I promise we have more than Tommy wearing a tracksuit for 4 hours tomorrow. That and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in The Break Room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's got all the answers for all the dads trying to raise their daughters in a scary, scary world.
It can be summed up in one simple sentence. You're not cool. Just remember that.
Your ass ain't cool.
Yo ass ain't cool.
For Tommy
Gonna
Mulane,
get you a T-shirt.
who goes, yeah, and then he actually thinks he's cool.
Very cool.
You got 4 tracksuits left out of your 5 tracksuit pack you bought. My name's Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning to The Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.